Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do hope today is treating you as well as it possibly can. In the wake of more and more and more companies trying everything in their power to remove history from existence. So in the light of that, here's a Zelda game that you can't play unless you actually manage to get it on the 3DS originally. So, we're going to chill a little bit here. Don't we? So, let's see. Excuse me. Come on, catch up. I actually was going to bring that up as a topic, but I don't know if it's really something anybody wants to talk about. Because what it really boils down to at the end of the day, no, the game is stuttering. Unless Twitch is stuttering too, in which case ignore me. I get those two. I get that one. One moment. So, yeah, I mean, this is 3DS emulation. There's only so much it can do, because the 3DS is such a notoriously frustrating console to work with. It always has been. There's nothing new, unfortunately. There it is. Come here, you. We're going to go ahead and get all of these, by the way. So for those of you not interested in just having us chill for a bit, that's a good time to bow out. But I figured, A, they're not that hard or difficult or time-consuming to get. That's the big part. But also, B, it's good to show off the rewards of getting. There's bad news everywhere. France. Also the EU in general right now. But I'm getting off topic. We're not a complete 100% because we're not doing, for example... Well, we're not finishing the baseball game, but we do want to show off the baseball game. Congrats, Spartan. Just a while ago. And there should be one more down here. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Jesus, it is really stuttering today. Look at this. What is going on here? Yeah, noble name. Hi, everyone, by the way. There we go. And that's all the ones in this area. It was only a minute ago, Spartan. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, so... get rid of this pin. So, looks like we're missing several down here. Grab the bombs. Grab the fire rod. It's always good to have the fire rod equipped. Good generic thing to have equipped. Out of my way. Guys, it's Mario Odyssey stream now. What did I started talking about? I'm sorry, I know that's pathetic. Like, I was like, hey, maybe I should say something, but maybe I shouldn't. And I've already forgotten the topic. I'm running on like 5 hours of sleep right now. That's why we're kind of chilling right now. minutes earlier. Yeah, the stress has certainly been fun lately. Oh, and before you ask, no, I still have not seen the footage for Dragon Age 4 at that time. I do find myself wondering what exactly they think their end game is here, with regards to removing so much stuff historically, all the ROMs and whatnot. One of the biggest arguments I tend to hear in favor of shutting down this kind of thing is, oh, well, you wouldn't want other people to steal your stuff, too. And it's like, that's such a reductive argument. And I'm sorry, let me explain what I mean by that. I might be using the word wrong, so forgive me. But when I say reductive, I don't mean like it's insulting. I mean, it's literally taking an argument and reducing it down to such a simplistic version that the argument no longer applies. You've probably seen this kind of argument used before, where someone says, oh, well, you know. Of course, I can't think of an analogy right now. Yeah, it's the legality of emulation has always been kind of a question marky thing, and shouldn't be. I had it for 1 second. Although this is related to right to repair, but that's not the direction I was going to take this in. Right to waste. That was it. That's it. How many of you have heard of right to waste? It's not a very commonly talked about thing, but it's actually a really big issue, especially on the national side of things. Okay, so I've gotten that one, I'm almost certain. I guess I can just leave this out. Right to waste is kind of exactly what it sounds like. If you go out and buy some McDonald's and then immediately throw it into the trash, do you have the right to do that? Now, you might think, well, yeah, of course you do, but there's a lot of nuance to that. And you probably can understand immediately how this applies to things like ROMs and emulation. Because, as pointed out by everyone in the universe, Nintendo isn't really selling these games anymore. Nintendo is just squatting on these games and squatting on these, and they're not alone in that. I don't want to single out just Nintendo. A huge number of companies who tend to be anti-emulation or anti-archiving tend to just squat on things. Remember, abandonware is not a legal definition. That's a term we came up with to refer to games that people just left alone for a while. And the reason we get away with that is because a huge number of developers and owners just don't care about a game from the 80s and 90s, which is why you can just go grab copies of games for completely free that are 40 years old or 30 years old. But the thing there is, do they actually have the right to that? Now, I don't want to get into the legality of that, because the legality, well, as we've already talked about many, many times, legal land is a whole other bottle from... there's a whole other thing completely separate from reality land. In reality land, do they have the right to just sit there and squat on these things and then refuse to let other people interact with them, have them, enjoy them, work on them, etc.? Because it's not just ROMs they're taking down. They're also taking down mods, which is a big thing. And I'm not even sure where that's coming from. Oh, absolutely, Ryman. Well, that depends entirely on the judge, honestly, Blade Cheval. That kind of court battle is almost always going to be a court battle, which means it's almost always not going to be a jury trial. It's going to be a judge trial. I forget what that's called. Please forgive me. But it is a legally distinct situation. Here, maybe? Nope, I'm too far north. Just to the west of me. I already got that one, I think. Hang on, I got that one, I got that one. Yeah, no, I definitely got that one. I got that one. Oh, that's the one I didn't get. Duh. And yeah, that's the other thing. Corporate battles have this really, really strong tendency to just sit there and get delayed and delayed and delayed because of bullcrap. Nothing valid. No actual valid reason. They just get delayed over and over and over because what's happening is the person who has more money, usually corporation, is just sitting there waiting for the other side to run out of money. Now, there's actually some malleability to that. I don't want to get too much into the weeds on how civil battles work. But you get the general concept. Having said that, this has been true for so long, nobody wants to be the one to finally go to court over emulation. Because not just because of the costs involved, because everyone knows it's not a guarantee. Right? If we, the people, take Nintendo to court, and the court rules in Nintendo's favor, then things are much, much worse. Because now we have legal precedent to push up against, and now something that's been a legal gray area for a long time isn't. Yeah, no, the fact that they're anti-mod is part of why I wanted to bring this up, because one of the things they've done recently is try to push to take down a bunch of mods. Now, I say they. There's some question markiness there, because it's not 100% sure if it is Nintendo or if it is, if they're going in a particular direction, or just whatever, essentially. Well, we're not 100% sure, Loke, and here's the final layer to all this. We're all kind of blaming Nintendo, and for good reason. But not only is this not just a Nintendo thing, in fact, the AARP is one of the worst organizations out there for this crap. So, thanks for that. But I have no nice way to say this. This is the fault of the lawyers. 100%. Yeah, American Authors Association of Publishers or something like that. Either way, screw them. We didn't actually do this last time, so we're going to go do this because we didn't do it last time. So, yes, I'm ready. Where am I going? Oh, I guess I should... Well, whatever. Too late. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Okay, I see where I'm going. I see 75 seconds. How the hell is that physically possible? God damn it, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this. Go away. Yeah, no, I know, Von Falkenstein. I'm aware. Like I said, screw that particular body and everything about it. Speaking not just as, like, a viewer, a reader, a player, but also a writer, I can rarely think of an organization that does such a terrible job of representing every single possible aspect of its own domain. I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna actually come close, and I'm not gonna make it. Let's have a really bad start, so that makes sense. Look at that, look at that. Just hitting everything here. Ah, well. So now that I know. Oh my god. Lawyers. There's this really, really horrible reality with lawyers. Lawyers... Well, it's... Okay, if I'm being 100% honest, it's not actually lawyers' fault. It's... And this is one of the very, very few times you're going to hear me say this, because I tend to have a slightly more nuanced opinion on this type of thing, but it's capitalism's fault. Let me explain what I mean by that. One of the biggest and most insidious things that capitalism has provided to human society as a concept and a culture is the concept that everyone has to always be productive or else they are a waste. It is an invasive and insidious concept that I'm going the wrong way. That has absolutely smeared its way across culture, and that is certainly not exclusive to the country I live in. Just being thorough. So, lawyers, to tie this into them specifically, well, they have to keep busy. They have to keep busy. If they're not keeping busy, then they're a waste. And if they're a waste, then they can't justify their jobs, and they usually get fired. Now, if you have a functioning brain, you already understand how stupid this is. Even a child can understand the concept of, well, I don't want to play with this toy right now, so I'm going to put it off to the side. You know, you have it there for when you want it or when you need it. But because of the way that we are structured, if you're not constantly using that toy, well, then it's got to go. It's just waste, right? It's overhead. I'll admit this very concept is something I've been pushing up against for an extremely long time because I've worked at several jobs which are exactly that. Nobody cares about the janitor unless there's actually a mess, right? You get the idea. Getting off topic. But you can see how this immediately applies to the lawyers, right? Because lawyers need to justify their jobs, so what do? In other words, a decent number of these, and I don't know if this latest wave is part of this, but there's plenty of evidence, and there are receipts, that a decent number of these kind of spurious, let's call them what they are, suits and DMCA takedowns and all that, are being done by lawyers specifically to justify their continued existence and job. Which is stupid, because I'm going to say something extremely controversial here. Lawyers are not a bad thing. They certainly can be, and there's a reason they have such a terrible reputation. But by and large, lawyers are generally what I would consider a net positive, not a net negative. But, because lawyers have to justify their continued existence, well, then they drift pretty easily into the net negative territory, because they have to invent laws, and they have to constantly be filing suits, or legal notices, or applying things, or just basically tying up the courts in meaningless drivel when we've got plenty of other things to consider in terms of courtroom time. See, what not chasing ambulance, I don't want to get into chasing ambulances. Something that not a lot of people understand is that time is a zero-sum game. It is a very, very valuable currency. And that extremely valuable currency, anything you spend it on, you don't spend it on something else. And this is extraordinarily true in the court system, at least here in the United States. The courts are bogged down. And the reason why, on the civil side of things, is because of these kind of spurious suits. And the fact that they delay them so long. Look at Carl Jobst and his lawsuit against notorious cheater, Mitchell, I forget his name, and the fact that it has been 3 years since that suit was actually filed, since that was supposed to go to court. 3 years. They've been spinning the wheels because he keeps constantly trying to push it out, push it back. And they're allowed to do that. And so that stays there on the books. And you might think, well, that doesn't take up time, right? Because it doesn't come in. It doesn't work that way. Anytime you file in a court case, anytime you say, no, push it out, that has to be done officially. There has to be an official notification that the previously set interaction date is now being pushed out, which means people have to go into the courtroom. People have to actually get up there. The judge has to pull up the file. The court reporter has to pull up the file. There's a secretary off to the side jotting down everything that's going on. And all of those people have to spend time and effort and money saying, okay, we'll do this later. It is a very literal form of seconds and minutes, which just pads down the entire system. And there are thousands upon thousands of those happening every day. And yeah, they also have to keep track of their schedule, which is a whole other thing. You've probably never interacted with this, but whenever one of those things is filed, the judge isn't the one who decides where it gets pushed to, because the judge doesn't know their own schedule. But that's okay, because they brought in the person who does in order to help reschedule it. It's a whole thing. And that just bogs the whole thing down. That's it. all I got for that? And screw that noise. I'm missing one down there. Part of the problem, too, and there's a lot of problems going on here, pretty much all at the same time. Because, for example, some of the judges... Okay, well, whatever. I'm not doing that whole race again. Like, sometimes what'll happen, and this has happened, is the judge, or even the lawyers in a case, will look at this and say, this is not worth my time. And the significance of that is they will be completely okay with just pushing it off, leaving it on the books, making it make more time. That is especially true with obvious lawsuits. Now, again, all this is in the civil set category. I'm not even going to... Let's just leave aside the fact that the criminal courts are actually even more bogged down. That's a whole other bag of wax. Let's just ignore that for a second. Let's just get back to the corporate side of things and the civil side of things, because it's nonsense. Oh, I hope that wasn't a golden bee. It looks like it was. Hi, Bionic Punk. What's up? You've caught me just kind of chilling because I got like 5 hours of sleep last night. But you are more than welcome to stay, chat. Tell me how terrible and awful I am. I was just talking about how stupid it is that companies will go after mod sites and ROM sites. The fact I stand behind. Pretty much, Blue Fusion Volt. It is an extraordinarily and distressingly common tactic for the company, especially when a company is being sued by an individual, to just sit and wait it out, because the company already has those lawyers on the payroll. It doesn't really cost them any money other than what they were already spending to just let that lawsuit sit there. The individual, on the other hand... Hello, Mark Firebolt. How's your day going? I'm getting my miles myself. I got this one already. I don't hear it, so I'm assuming I did. Yeah, I don't hear it. Okay, so. I know we got the one in the witch's hut. Yeah, Disney, the law firm. No, really. Aha! Well, I apologize then, Bionic Punk. I do love the name. There it is. I hear it. I hear it. Come to me. Alright, I should be missing one down here now. Yep. Let's see. Which one am I missing? Got that one. Is there a tangible reason to do that? To do what? I'm sorry. Unless you mean just squatting on a court case. In which case, yeah, you'll probably win. Here's another funny fact that not a lot of people know. Did you know it costs money to actually take a case to trial? I do remember that name, Bionic Punk. Now, who pays for what where is debatable, and that's a whole other thing I don't want to get into. But the long and the short of it is, it technically, in terms of accounting, costs them less to just kind of sit on a trial that never happens than to actually let one occur. Because that's an extra expense that's not accounted for by the books. Make sense? I'm going to completely ignore Mr. Red here. He's just trying to distract me. He knows what he's doing. Okay, that is the one I'm missing. Okay. Well, good news, Blue Fusion Volt. Generally speaking, they are the ones footing the bill. Because it's almost always the individual suing the corporation. Thank you, Mr. Red. Is there a way to force a trial? Not really, not unless it's a criminal case. Criminal case has something called right to speedy trial, which actually varies from state to state. But it's kind of exactly what it sounds like. It means you cannot delay a criminal case for a certain amount of time. But civil trials have no such thing. Why is this not? There it goes. Sorry. The log wasn't updating, Mr. Red. I'm like, I just saw this. So that's going towards Hatches Within, Project Wingman, Star Trek Armada, and a thank you. Thank you. Then there's the insidious nature of settlements. Now, you're probably thinking, aren't settlements a good thing? That's Armada 1 von Falkenstein. The court certainly thinks of settlements as a good thing, and that's why settlements are allowed to exist. Settlements mean not having to go to trial. Settlements mean quicker, cheaper, get it off the books. It's like win-win-win for the courts. But for everyone else, settlements suck. Nobody bothers coming to this place anymore. But even I must wonder, have we abandoned the gods? Or have they abandoned us? I like the patch on his cloak. It's a nice touch. Hey, MPPY.
Hey.
Welcome back to Low Rule Kingdom, Lord. Where you stand now is once a holy place. Now we could not be further away from such a thing. However, nearby sleeps something that will help you on your journey. A thorough search will behoove you. So say I. You know, the ridiculous majority of cases are settled. Like it or not, a lot of prosecutors' departments, that's on the criminal side of things, will absolutely push for settlements. Because A, they count that as a win, like in their books and in terms of their budgeting. And B, it's a lot less time-consuming and costly. Oh, and of course, there's no uncertainty involved. There's no dice roll. See, here's the really messy thing about the court. Once a case finally goes to trial, actual trial, which, by the way, for those who are not aware, is the second to last step of an entire court case. A lot of people think it's much earlier on. No, it's one of the very, 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 very last things. The only thing after that is sentencing, which usually happens during the trial. So the moment it goes to trial, who knows? Who knows how that will go? It will depend on the judge. It will depend on the arguments of the lawyers. It will depend on what kind of precedents they can pull up. It will depend on how the jury, if there is a jury, will think of things. Who knows? So a lot of people have this rather natural aversion to ever actually letting a case go to trial. That's why settlements are so common. It's one of the reasons why settlements are so common. I am missing my down there. Do I have a... I do. I agree, Logue. Like, obviously, right to push out a trial case should exist. You know, schedules exist, time exists. I get that. But you're absolutely right. In some cases, it is so flagrant and blatant that someone is just delaying a trial because. And the recent thing with Jobst is a really good example of that. He has no valid reason to delay the case for 3 years. Nope, I'm in the wrong area. I want to be up here. Let's zoom in. I don't think we should make it like Phoenix Wright. I love those games to death, but let's not make the actual court system like that. Yeah. One of the reasons why prosecutors will usually try to charge you with, like, dozens of crimes simultaneously is specifically so they could use that as a carrot later on You know these 15 things we charged you with? Well, we'll bring it down to 3 if you go ahead and plead guilty. Well, then we'd just be the dwarves, loner. Fine, dwarven legal system. Okay, so I'm almost positive I got this one. Which means it's either that one or that one. So why don't we do this? Scooch back up here. Anyways, I apologize for talking about something this dark and unpleasant. Let's talk about something else. Let's see. Kittens. Who here likes kittens? You don't like kittens? What is wrong with you? Oh my god! You monster! Let's talk about Zelda. Let's talk about the fact that I've got to go like way the ass over here to get where I want to go. One time, so story time, real quick. Nothing to do with anything, just quick story. Once upon a time, my niece, let me walk this back. So my sister and I were out walking around her neighborhood, and we were just out chatting and talking about things. That's all, just hanging out. And we heard a weird noise, and I'm pretty good at identifying noises, so I could tell pretty quickly that it was a cat. So I go and I double check, and sure enough, there is just a cat over there by the side of the road staring at us. And it's pretty clear from just even a glance that this cat is not doing super hot. So we're like, hey, you know, what's wrong, cat? And my sister's pretty good with cats, and I know how to be extremely non-threatening to animals in general. So I was like, okay, you know, sure, I'm going to go ahead and try to reach out to this cat, see what's going on. No, what you fig? No collar, no tag, no nothing. Just a stray. Near as we can tell, however, it did used to have a collar, because it had all the indents and markings of it. Its fur was matted in a certain way. So, some cat that had either lost its collar or just been, you know, abandoned, which is actually extraordinarily common where we live, for people to just abandon cats that they can no longer or want to take care of, or can take care of, or whatever. It's disgusting, but just ignore that for a second. Just ignore how awful that is. Let's just move on. Just move on. Although I do 100% also blame the not the sanctuaries, the shelters, the pet shelters for that. Because pet shelters have either been getting shut down entirely or started restricting what kind of pets they'll take to the point of being ridiculous. Getting a little off topic. So, let's see here. What am I doing? What am I doing? I don't know if I have anything here. So we see this little cat. It's clearly some kind of abandoned cat. Okay, cool. That's true. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just weird, but I remember being a kid and going to an animal shelter whose purpose in existence was being an animal shelter. You know, being a shelter for pets that needed a home, because whatever, right? Also, people would go to get pets, because those poor pets needed a home. Like, this is so logical. I'm getting off topic. So, we take this cat in. Turns out the reason she was so hesitant... She's clearly domesticated. And it turns out the reason she was so hesitant about everything was she's pregnant. So there's this pregnant cat, and we're like, okay, well, we'll go ahead and push her out to the neighborhood. Like, is this anybody's cat? Nobody claimed her, of course. Nobody claimed ownership of her. Nobody wants to be the one to admit to leaving a cat out. Even if they, like, oh, no, it's totally an accident. No, no. Now, this cat was also kind of a brat cat, so she had to go at a certain point. Like, she was just in the way for her actual cats, my sister's actual cat. She kept trying to, like, take... You know how cats get really territorial. She was trying to take over the house and insist that my sister's actual cat, Pocket, couldn't eat. You know, stuff like that. So she had to go. But, like I mentioned, she was pregnant. So, I can't believe I missed that. I cannot believe I missed that. Oh my god. Yep. So she decides, obviously, she's like, you know, she needs to give birth. Sure, we're going to go ahead and take care of her until she gives birth. We'd already talked to several people in the area, trying to figure out people who would be willing to adopt both her and the kittens. Most of the people who wanted the kittens didn't want her and vice versa, so that actually worked out pretty well. That is coincidence, admittedly, so thank lucky stars for that, because otherwise, there's not a lot we could have done for her. She gives birth under the bed, of course, on the carpet. Thanks for that. Stupid cat. But this is kind of what this whole story was leading to, because I started this story with the word kittens. So my niece, who at this point is like 5 years old, something like that, she's up there playing with the kittens, and she says this line. I'll never forget. The way she said it was perfect. There's nothing better in the world than kitten bites. Because what she would do is she would dangle out her fingers, and I imagine the kittens were looking for food. So they would just kind of start going... But there's no pressure there, right? The teeth are barely formed, and they don't have any jaw strength, so it's just... And there's like 5 of them. 5 little kittens, because litters, right? So all the kittens are all at the same time. And she's just sitting there giggling as they're all nibbling on her fingertips. It was extraordinarily cute. As my niece has wont to be. Do I have the... I do. That's what I assume, Mr. Ed. I will admit I'm not what you'd call an expert on cats. I'm better at animals in general than cats in specific. I don't even know about the decline thing until half the internet told me about that rather aggressively recently. Don't I have? I do. Yeah, I already have a warp point up here. Let's just get up here. I don't really like cats. Or dogs, for that matter. I am not a pet person. No judgment, obviously. You know, no nothing. But not my thing. Lionel. Really a noble name. That's interesting, because I've played Trials of Mana, which has the second worst voice acting I've ever seen in my life. I'm not sure if they could beat such auspicious territory. That's pretty bad. It's got to be the one that's lower. Gotta be. Where's nope, I'm missing 2. What's the other one I'm missing? Okay, go away, go away. No, I have not von Falkenstein. I was up late with a combination of sick, stress, and dealing with stuff, and then I woke up and immediately started streaming. Well, that's not true. I did have some chili first, but then I started streaming. Wait, hold on. Where is this one? Where? Yeah, we've already done this room. We've even opened the chest already. Yeah, no, I think it's not that one. I think it's the one down in the mines. Let's see if Dragon Age 4 is going to be bad today. Yep. So you know how I get occasional random, insane conspiracy theories on my show? One of the favorites I've ever had was someone who insisted that I make it up every time I get a result from the coin. And they even did this thing to, like, kind of falsify information on it. It was like, so you could tell. He looks at the coin, and then there's this pause as he sighs at it, and he decides, that's not the result I want. So I'm going to go ahead and change the result and say it's something different. And I'm just sitting here like, what? No, once, or this week, actually, on Falkenstein, it was actually heads. In other words, it was actually going to be good. If you can believe it. Whee! You like 3D, right? Whee! I mean, I'm pretty sure I do MPPY. It's just a $50 coin, or a full dollar coin. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Okay, this is bad. Okay. Yep, this might actually be death. Jesus. Close. A little close. We're not done yet. We've got a little bit of health left. Oh, I'm fine. Like, I'm terrible and I wish I was dead, but I'm fine otherwise. Woo, there. Woo, there. We'll go right this time. We didn't go right last time, I don't think. Although I think we do have to go left for one of these. So that's cool. And death. Do a keys! It's okay. We do have a couple of fairies on us. Okay, so there's that one. Now we go left. God damn keys! Oh my god, all three of those keys hit me. All three of them hit me. Holy crap. Frickin' keys. Why would he be right there? Oh god, I think that's the spot I was just at. Okay, where do I get to this? I need to get down. How do I get down? Go right, maybe? Let's try going right. You know, I've predicted, honestly, since Inquisition, that Solus is going to be the Act 1 big bad. Instead of the actual big bad. I was right! Or rather, I'm presuming I was right. Goddamn case! Why? What did I do to you? Not me, Bionic Punk. Me. Not on purpose. I haven't had time. It's like a 20-minute video. At this point, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to turn it into a stream. And just be like, alright, let's actually watch this sucker live. Just do it live. Of course. Yeah, no, a lot of people are reacting to it and doing things that I'm going to be doing with it, so... Not a surprise, really. Frickin' Lionels. Please still be there, please still be there. Oh, that was close. That's very deliberate! Ugh. Wait, I gotta turn it into clips. Gotta farm that content. I'm not disagreeing. And remember, I don't even like Solus, and I still think that's stupid. I missed both platforms. I missed both platforms. You know, I bet with some proper depth perception, this would be a lot easier. Platform? 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 Oh, Medieval Doom looks so good. So, okay. I know I've said this like 3 times this week, so forgive me for the repetition, those of you who've already heard me say this. But, trailers suck, right? Trailers have sucked for a very long time. Literally in the decades range. And I have been bashing trailers and trailer design and trailer mentality for years and years and years on this show. To the point where I actually stopped doing trailer analyses and trailer look-ats because I was just so sick of them. Because the overwhelming majority of them were awful. Oh my god. What is this? Okay, so that's our way out. Cool. So yeah, actually finding a legitimately good trailer is like spotting a frickin' unicorn. Point being, the Doom Medieval trailer is a good trailer. Like an actually, unironically, just good trailer. That is exactly what trailer design should be. What, why? Well, this is mostly a movie thing, Yura, but then again, how many years have I spent complaining about gameplay trailers that aren't in video games? Okay, I do believe. Yep, that is all the Mai-Mais from the World of Light. Let's get out of here. I'm dead serious, by the way. If I actually sat down and did an analysis on the Doom Medieval trailer, it's not just good in that it shows off gameplay, although obviously it is, but also did you notice that it does everything it needs to, narratively speaking? Yes, I saved your daughter. Excuse me, granddaughter. Oh, wonder of wonders, is it possible? That dear girl. No matter what trouble she gets herself into, she always bounces back with a smirk on her face. My granddaughter and I will be forever indebted to you. Speaking of bouncing back, don't forget about my potions. I'd hate for you to fall in battle. Thank you for the free heal. Can I get more of a free heal? I just wanted to say hello. Thank you. Let's see, that restores 8 hearts. Restores all your hearts. Yeah, let's go and do that. The full heal is getting to the point where it's getting more and more useful. Thank you. Oh, I mean, probably Bionic Punk, although it hasn't been added to the list yet. But I would not be surprised if it gets added relatively soon. And if it doesn't, well, that's what Dealer's Choice is for. Although right now the queue is still full. So we'll get there. Alright, so that's all done. Look, one run and gun is as good as the next, Mr. Red, am I right? They're all the same anyways, right? Alright, so healed up, potions got. Let's go... Yeah, we haven't even hit the 3D Zeldas yet, Blade 12. Although, if we're being honest, we would have by now, except for a game called Breath of the Wild. Oh, I have no idea, Traxu. Okay, so now the hard one. Let's go here, and let's go to Dark Day. Let's add Doom the Dark Age to the list. Thank you, Dark Day, very much. Always appreciate your support. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Red. You just got served. Doom the Dark Age. That's true. The Oracle's games and the DS games were a bit longer than even I expected. And we didn't even do most of the padding. Some of the padding. We do have enough money to buy something. Let's go do that really quick while we're here. Shut up, Ravia. Nobody likes you. Let's permanently buy Tornado. We're almost not renting anything. We've got the hook shot, and that's kind of it at the moment. And there's the boomerang, which, I mean, that's just bonus points at that point. I might not even buy the boomerang. Who needs it? But there's one thing I need. That is the upgraded Whirlwind Rod. Although I also want the upgraded Ice Rod. Let's do that first, actually. It is now the Nice Rod. No? Okay. The Mice Rod. Ah! I apparently haven't upgraded things in a while. I mean, I wouldn't mind a Plague Tale style Zelda. Then again, who knows if that franchise will continue at this point. So, new hammer. Nice big AoE effect. Downside is, as you can see, that takes a while to wind up. Still, that's a hell of an AoE. A little bit bested by this thing, though. Don't do it, Mr. Red. Seriously, I know your financial situation isn't great, Rob. Do not give me money. I will survive. I'm not an imminent threat of starvation. There it is. The nice rod. Although, actually, let's do this. See, now we have the ability to do this. It's going to be very useful when we get to that dungeon. Yeah, no, we have a Dark Souls Zelda where we play as Ganondorf. Oh, think about it. Think about it. Jesus, 9. Okay. So let's just start going down the list and see which ones we're missing. Well, don't you, boy? That was profitable. I'm not hearing anything. Assuming there's nothing here. Oh, wait. I mean, okay. You want me to do an actual analysis. So let me give you the top-down view first. I like the original better. In fact, having so recently played so many of these, I would say that I think Four Swords' take on most of these songs is the superior of all of them. Having said that, let me try to get some hearts so we can get rid of the beetle leaping. Already got that one. Nope. Cool. Here, nope. Here, nope. Okay. Nope. Oh, this game will probably beat LTTP. I expected that walking in. That's why this is after LTTP. Instead of before. I should have upgraded the bombs. Whatever. You know. Honestly, the only game I think that will beat this, as of this moment in time, in terms of overall score, is Twilight Princess, and even that's a little bit debatable. Twilight Princess tries more, and thus will have more opportunity for failure. It is absolutely longer. And it will not be able to have the density of LTTP, but then again, like, what will? Like, I'm sorry, there's a lot of really, really, really good SNES games that are just going to nail it because of density. I mean, obviously, they're going to nail it because they're really, really good games, but you get my point, right? I was actually thinking about that recently. You've accused me several times recently, Blade Javal, of putting my finger on the scale when it comes to what I value in the reviews. And I was actually thinking about that, because I do value density, and I'm unhesitating in that opinion. I've re-examined it several times. The catch is, assuming we value density and not padding, well, really, really good SNES games are just going to score better than other games. Because, let me explain this simply. Let's say there's a PS2 game that is equally as good as a SNES game. Well, one of those is probably longer. And therefore, the SNES game would actually win that out, right? Just by logical definition. Because when you already have that level of quality condensed into that small of a space, what you have is amazing. For lack of a better way to put that. I have no idea, Great Alien, at this point. Nintendo is such a dice roll for what they do. Who knows? Alright, let's go actually heal, since, you know, we're just sitting here. Anyways, I'm making my point incorrectly, but I guess my overall point is, I think the SNES has so many bangers, not just because it has really, really good games, because every console has really, really good games, right? But has really, really good games that have no waste. And Chrono Trigger is probably the example that name 1 inch, 1 second of padding in Chrono Trigger. Same with Link to the Past, same with Super Metroid. Same with Final Fantasy VI, honestly. A lot of the absolute best games on the SNES just kind of nail it. And because they were SNES games, they couldn't put those extra things, those extra seconds and minutes, those extra animations. They didn't have the ability to put that crap in there. Not you, Blade Javal. All Although... That's true, Blade Travel. Really? But my overall point doesn't really move on that, if that makes any sense. Let me put this another way. That's true, Blade Travel. There are a few seconds and minutes in Chrono Trigger. But you're actually just making my point for me, honestly. The fact that we have to pull that much of it technically and stretch for that much of an example of any kind of padding in that game says all it needs to. Because even the truly great games on later systems or more modern consoles and or PC stuff, like, let me put this in a slightly different terminology. Let's say that FF7R2 somehow magically is exactly as good as FF6. I doubt it, but you get my overall point, right? Which one of those games is going to score better in Golden Number? Because FF7R2 is like 90 hours. And FF6, assuming I'm taking my time, is closer to 20. While we're here, we should show off the baseball game. The Lockdrock is bringing the heat. If you can manage to score 100 rupees, I'll give you something special. And this is required for 100% right here. You want to take me on? That's why you're staring at me like that. Let's do this. Hey, Bada Bada. Welcome to the Octoball Derby. 50 rupees per game. Let's do it. Yeah, this is just depth perception in the game. I pretty much had to do this with the 3D on back in the day, which is physically not an option right now, so... I want to stress, I'm not doing anything different in my stance at all here. It's just randomly deciding where those shots are going. That's true, we can finally see the skybox. I haven't hit anything in a while. This is ridiculous. So I don't know if there's actually a technique to this at all. But, man, this game sucks. Yeah, we spent 50 and we got 16. Let's look this up. Let's see if there's a strategy to this. I was changing the direction for pretty much every shot. In fact, one thing I did one time was I was like, all right, I'm going to choose all left for a thing and then all right for a thing. Both shots went to the right. So let's look it up. Octoball Derby. I love this. Reddit that, right? I love this minigame. The trick is to get the bonuses. It's like, okay. Or, I love this game. There's a technique to it, and once you figure it out, it's nice. That's like, okay, what's the technique exactly? I guess Frieza, because yeah, this I'm reading the guide here, and all it mentions is there's hitting short, medium, and long balls, which I already knew. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a timing thing, although this doesn't even mention that. Oh, no, here we go. Hitting the ball early goes right, hitting it late goes left, and hitting it in the middle goes center. Jesus. Okay. So early, late. Ugh. Hate that. Alright. We'll do one more try. Literally one. Oh, God. Octobat's Octoblur. Hi, Braglin. I hate this here. I hate this so much. And I'm only at about half of what I need, too. Yep. Yeah, so we're never doing this again. Negative to gameplay. Moving on. Yeah, I made... Well, actually, I lost money overall. Want to play again? No, I'm good. So that's a heart piece, by the way. So if you want 100% this game, have fun. Where to get this one? God, I don't even remember. Hang on. How many am I missing right now? 3. 100. You have to get 100 tracks here. Speaking of 100. Yo-ho-ho. You found me! I mean, friend or foe, who is it? Do I know? Yes, I'm here to kill you. Yo. For bombs you seem to be searching. Well, then leave me to my researching. What I can say now is nothing. Sorry I get more for your mutton. Want the big bomb flower? Lucky you, I'm lending that powerful one-time fee. Use it for hours and hours. Yes, tell me all about it. The flower blooming in the garden's really a bomb, and it's a total bargain. Just go and touch it and be it a fallen bloom. Big bomb flower is going to make boulders go boom. Be careful, the slightest scratch will make it explode. Alright, let's do it. Don't go begging for my pardon, just don't be heading to the garden. Authorized personnel only, you know. Well, then give me the frickin' thing. Give it to me. Give me my power. More power. So now we have the bomb flower, which is pretty much like the big bomb back in LTTP. No, we just have access to it now for like forever. Which is good. Because 200 per would really suck. But you have to score it. So that becomes part of the challenge. But there is something right up here I want to take out. Whoops. Yep. Once we get 3,000 rupees, we can actually go ahead and get our last bottle in there. While we're here, let's do a challenge thing, shall we? I'm not going to try this too many times. I don't even remember what it gets you. I'm going to try it. Well, we've got this, and we do actually need to do this, so sure, fine, whatever. Actually, give us access to that dungeon. So I guess we'll do that while we're here. The warp spot. You should take a break. Yeah, I called it. I called it. You should take a break. Did you know that break taking is a thing you can do? No breaks. We're here to play video games, not take breaks. This is serious business. Now, item 3 on the agenda. What level of mage do you think Mario would be if he existed in Final Fantasy XIV? Please discuss. I believe, pursuant to Section 13 Article 7 of the Hyrulean Code of Cross-Dimensional Antics, Mario would clearly qualify, at least, as a level 13 mage. Discuss. Of course he's a red mage. He can cast and swing. Well, jump in his case, although he's also got that hammer. Luigi's a Dragoon. Like, that's actually kind of easy. He's a Dragoon 100%. Yay, money. Which I actually need. Like, a lot of, still. So, yay! So now you got me thinking. Okay, so Bowser... What would Bowser be? Yeah, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, I think Mario's more of a paladin than he is a red mage. Ignoring the obvious thematic reasons that fits, he leans more physical than magical, but he does have magical. Question is, so Peach is usually support, but she's also support that can do decent damage. So honestly, I think Peach would be a sage overall. No, it's not where I would be. See, I was debating White Mage, because holy, but no, she's got more of a buff thing going on and a bubble thing. I don't know, Sage just strikes me as more of a support class. I'd say, you know, Astrologian, but let's be honest, they haven't been a support class in a long time. What am I missing here? 2. That's true, Bionic Punk. Already got this one. That's true. Rosalina fits Astrologian better. That's a good point. Hey, you there, kid. What? Sword you got there. Let me see it for a second. Look, I'm not giving you this sword unless you can give me the butter sword. Let me take a look at... Oh, this is a really fine sword. Excellent craftsmanship. Just excellent. Whoever made this was very skilled. Not as skilled as I am, of course. Wow, I mean, I am the top blacksmith in the world, you know. Whatever did this might just be the second best. Let's get my blood running. Hey, boy, follow me. Okay. You can find 2 chunks of Master Horde. I'll make that sword of yours sing. It'll be the envy of the whole world. It'll be a butter sword. Well, okay. I mean, if you think about it, a sword made out of butter that somehow works is really impressive. That's not easy to pull off. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell? Where did you come from? Where did you come from? Where's all this all of a sudden? So Yoshi... I mean, Yoshi's a blue mage. That's just too easy. Although, actually... No, I guess there isn't anything in FF14 that really works that way. Excuse me. Because I was thinking, in WoW, there's a few classes that specifically use the enemies in order to accomplish things, like, say, Demon Hunter. I don't think there is such a thing in FF14. Not really. That's true. You could also say Dragoon fits Yoshi, but I don't know. I don't like that. Doesn't jive. Doesn't fit. Toad. So Toad doesn't get a lot of gameplay characterization, but when he's there, he has 2 big traits. He is fast and he is strong. Seriously, he has the fastest lift time, and he moves quicker when he's carrying something. So fast and strong. There is, but not in FF14, Blue Fusion. Right, hold on. I could see Toad for a monk, especially since he usually doesn't use weapons. He just punches things or lifts things. And I know monk doesn't exactly lift things, but it's kind of an equivalent, so I think it kind of works. Okay. I know what this is. Kinda, yeah, I see. So, that leaves us with, who do we got here? So we already did Luigi, already did Peach, we already did Rosalina. We didn't really do Yoshi. I don't know, I don't feel like I have a good fit for Yoshi. Pauline, Bard. think I was a little bit too late there. Oh, never mind. I had tons of time. Okay, we're good. Also lost money, but I was there just to get the Mai, so... Daisy's easy. She's a warrior. Big ol' honkin' swinging hammer. Or axe in her case. Honk. Like that's a gimme. Waluigi is actually the dancer. No, seriously. That's just kind of his shtick. In pretty much every game he's in. Wario! Oh, nice, King Melkith. I hope you enjoy it. Wario's a weird one. We kind of have to lean a little bit on his games, where his main gimmick is being a big old bruiser brawler who just pushes through everything in his way. And Brawl, where he has a bit of, shall we say, unorthodox attacks. Let's go here. Unfortunately, I think I agree with Blade as much as I hate to have a second warrior. I think warrior fits Wario best. Yeah, no, I think I stand by that. I'm going the wrong way is where I'm going. Sorry. Machinist? I can see Machinist. Machinist is just an advanced tool user. Good morning, Ross. I could see Daisy being a gunbreaker. I don't think samurai. I haven't thought of anyone who would be a samurai yet. No more dragoons. Too many dragoons. Let's do this. Lakitu. Oh, I have no idea. It's okay, he's got a really strong grip, Blue Fusion. We're doing a little bit of cleanup. Just a bit. By which I mean, we're doing all the cleanup. So I guess we're doing a lot of cleanup. Yeah, Lakitu's the cameraman. Or Lakitu, if you prefer. Hey, Melkor Blade. Yeah, that's impressive. I've seen some mind-numbing scenes in my time. Trails of Cold Steel 4. Well, I mean, it's only going to take us 7 billion years to get through the game, even once we get there. That's a long-ass game. The reason those games aren't even close to being funded is because they're just so long. yeah, I know, we just talked about this with regards to padding and all that, but honestly... There we go. Yeah, fun fact, everyone makes fun of Metal Gear Solid 4, and for good reason, but even Metal Gear Solid 4 only hits like the 40-minute mark in terms of cutscene length. And that's the big cutscene. Then again, I've had the opinion for years that people just took Metal Gear Solid 4 as a challenge for some reason. No, I'm dead serious. It's like, oh, I can do better than that. 40-minute cutscene? Pshaw. Watch this. I mean, Kojima said for years he doesn't want to make games, he wants to make movies. That's a thing he leans into hard. But I agree, Metal Gear Solid 4 just has too good and too interesting of gameplay to be a movie. Weirdly enough. I will admit I never had that opinion until I played through it, specifically for the Rumination, but I stand by it. And now he's actually working on movies, so good on him. Hope he enjoys. Oh, jeez. So I need to write a story for Mass Effect 4. So, alright, we've already got... I'm assuming you're sticking with the basic premise, which is, you know, we're stuck in the Andromeda Galaxy. Oh. I can make literally any... So, okay, if I can make literally anything, I've actually had the same idea for a Mass Effect 4 for years and years and years. Like, about a decade at this point. And honestly, I've never really changed my mind on it, because I still think it would be an interesting story. It's a really basic premise. First of all, Shepard's dead. Excuse me, dead. She's dead, just accept it. But no, the relevant point is that... I guess they're all gone now. The relevant point is that it's much more smaller scale. I know, I bang on that point all the time, but I mean it. I think in Mass Effect's case in specific, it would be good to follow up the events of Mass Effect 3 by showing exactly how they're coping with their much more limited environment. Now, when I say limited in scale, I don't mean limited in size of the game. Quite the contrary, actually. I imagine this would be a rather large game, because it would be set within the system, probably the Sol system. Now, I admit I could think of a few things more interesting than setting it in Sol, but let's be honest, we probably want to showcase Earth because we're human. So, there's all kinds of issues and problems that have arisen because, you know, FTL is kind of not the same. We have FTL drive still. Remember, they did have a form of FTL that does not involve using the mass relays. But it's a lot more limited, and it's a lot slower. The only ending that can be presumed is Destroy. It is the only ending that offers up any potential for a sequel. It has to be Destroy. Like, I'm not happy about that, because I hate the Destroy ending. They're the ones who set that up. So don't look at me. It would piss off a lot of people, including me. You know what? I'm going to change my mind there. I wouldn't follow the destroy ending at all. I would retcon them. I would pull the big R button and just throw the endings out the window. And come up with a new one. I would keep the mass relays being destroyed. That's a good point. I like that. But just toss the rest of that crap out the window. Okay, I'm pretty sure I already got this one. And I did, because it was right there. Okay, so... we get the one that's down there. So come up with a new ending. Set it, you know, the relays are gone. We don't really have contact with anything outside of our solar system, really. Like, we can make the trip to, I don't know what the nearest system is to Sol, but, you know, whatever the nearest system is. That trip takes, like, months, maybe? I'm making up numbers here, but the point is, it has to be the kind of thing, narratively speaking, that just can't be done in an afternoon, right? It needs to be a big deal. Kind of like trading with sail back in the day, back when the quickest way to cross the Atlantic was to get in a ship. Okay, I already got that one. Turn the game into a management set. See, what I would probably do, first of all, I would make sure that there was never going to be a Mass Effect 5. Not even really on purpose, it's just that's the natural way for the story to go, because, as Bionic points out so accurately, one of the most logical ways for the story to go is to make it so that you have to have a decision. Do we go ahead and decide to rebuild the mass relays? Build our new mass relays, I guess is a better way to phrase that. Or do we try to not and just kind of go at our own path, whatever that actually ends up meaning? And that would be your two dominant choices, your two branchings right there. I need to go over here really quick. Is it really, Loke? That's funny. What are we doing? We're trading with the Krogan. No, I would be vague about it. We've made contact with the Krogan, and that's like as far as I would go. I guess we do this way. Why don't I like the control ending? Well, okay. Okay, that's a valid question. That's a valid question. I need everyone in chat to dogpile Ross immediately before his infectious ideas spread and cause disharmony to our unity. Alright, now that Ross has been neutralized. Is this one? Oh, there it is. I see it. It's okay, Ross. It's okay. It's all gonna be better soon. Shh, it's okay. It's true, Bionic Punk. Plus, Dragon Age, it's a little bit easier to, well, acknowledge the events of the previous game, because we don't literally change the galaxy in Dragon Age. You know? The ending of Mass Effect 3 was a galactic event. Oh, I do Blade Tabal. I would hate that job for every minute of it. Goal 1 would be get to the point where I don't have to do this job anymore. Like, that would be the finish line. Okay, so let's go back up here. Anyways, getting off topic. No, not even close, Melkor. This is like my 15th favorite version. I never finished analyzing the music. I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me rewind back for a second here. Mass Effect 4. There's... like, I don't want to say I zoom in the scale, but like, you know, I've talked about this concept before, Baichaval, where you reduce the scale, or excuse me, you reduce the scope to increase the intensity of it, right? Sure, we're no longer affecting things on a galactic scale, but the problems that are being faced are huge. Literally, I would have some of the early MSQ be focused around basic concepts, like food, because there's just so much of an interconnected market when it comes to... yeah, exactly, Jibs. There's so much of an interconnected market, and so many people of so many species who suddenly don't have the source of imports that they used to have that allowed them to continue to exist. Entire industries have fallen apart, and of course there's the tons of wreckage left over after the actual invasion itself. I would not have Earth be a complete graveyard who was losing millions a day, or millions a minute, or whatever stupid thing that is. That's dumb. It's always been dumb. We're retconning. We're retconning. I am not afraid to hit the R button. I think I already got this one. Whoops. No, 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 Link. But yeah, and handling the 3 ending situation, make a new one. Make a new ending. I know that that's going to go unpopular, but it really is the only good option there. None of the endings, let's start with this. None of the endings are conducive to a sequel. Destroy is the only one that comes close, and even that doesn't really work all that well the more you think about it. Furthermore, no matter which ending you pick, you are pissing off, probably at bare minimum, 2/3 of your player base. People who have become adherent unto one particular ending or another. It's a no-win scenario. So screw it. Throw it all out the window. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Retcons are a tool. And a tool that can and should be used very precisely. One moment. I'm trying to figure out how to get over there. Okay. That's what I thought. I did a full analysis on the Dark World theme back in LTTP. And I think the biggest major variance in the version of the theme that you're no longer listening to is that because of the varied instrument choice and because of the way it's presented, it gets across a complete different vibe, which is fine, of course. And Low Rule, after all, is not the Dark World, so it makes sense that they would want a different vibe for it. But I still think, even for the purposes of just getting across the idea of Low Rule, I don't think it succeeds quite as well. Low Rule is this... it is essentially a society going through a slow apocalypse. They haven't really talked about that a lot yet, but trust me when I say... their world is slowly falling apart. That's what all the fissures and chasms are, and I've given a positive for that as well. So it's a mess, right? And the song shouldn't sound particularly triumphant or defiant, as we talked about with the Dark World, but it should probably sound a little bit more melancholy. Instead, this is much more upbeat, in kind of a weird way, honestly. Yeah, give me a second to get back to the Dark World. I don't remember exactly where the portal is. It's over here somewhere. I'll get there. I'll get there. Anyway. So impatient. God. Okay, I know there's a fissure here somewhere. I don't remember where. No, we didn't use any mods, Yura. The lore run used mods, but the review didn't use any. Which naturally meant to a lot of people declaring it an invalid review, because people are weird. There it is. God, I'm just staring right at it. Jesus, lore. Wake up! Wake up! But yeah, it's pretty rare we use mods, especially as a default here. Okay, so... hang on. Let me clear the field here a little bit. Arachnophobia is a little bit different, yes. The good news is there's only 5 games ever we've had to use that in, and to date that number has not changed. that squeaking's gonna drive me crazy. Don't worry about it, smart. Would I rank Mass Effect one of my favorite games? Now, that's an interesting question, which I'm not going to answer yet, because I'm still talking about the music. So let's listen to this for just a second. Let's actually listen to it. This is a folk song. You can tell immediately. Between the tempo, which is being maintained by the percussion layer, and the decision for the primary instrument to be a fiddle. Yeah. It's definitely leaning a little bit into that Western vibe, which a lot of Zelda music tends to lean Western. But if I close my eyes for a second... Yeah, this just feels like an overworld song. And I don't really mean that as a bad thing. It's a perfectly good rendition of the song. And it does a good job of what it's trying to evoke. But it just doesn't hold a candle to the Dark World, and honestly, it just doesn't have the same impact that the Dark World did, because the Dark World song did so much to help set the stage and tone of what the Dark World was. The visuals are doing a lot of that here, but the music is just Overworld 2. And I think that's one of the things that's been throwing me about it a little bit. Like, we're roaming around all this stuff, and there's, like, skulls and rotten water and, you know, icky grass, and then we have da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, you know. I have to imagine that's on purpose. Like, I cannot imagine this is being done on accident. So, Mass Effect. I've reviewed all of the Mass Effect games except for Andromeda at this point in time. And I point that out because that's pretty much my opinion in a nutshell. Let's go to lorerunner.com. Let's look at the reviews. And let's look at Mass Effect. Sort by name. And I want to get this across, because this is important. So Mass Effect 1 got 40.13. Not terrible, not great. Ultimately, the flaws drag it down a little bit too far for it to be really particularly enjoyable. Mass Effect 3 got a 33.27. And, funnily enough, these games are also completely the inverse of each other. Mass Effect 1 had plus 31, minus 16, and then the third game had minus 24, plus 42. So, I'm not really a big fan of either game, and I will never replay either game. But then there's Mass Effect 2, which got a 392 golden number. And yeah, that is our current 6th highest rated game ever, as of the moment. And that's my opinion on Mass Effect. Look, it's not my fault I have no taste, Spartan. And the Mass Effect 1's gameplay frickin' sucks. Yeah, sorry. Got one down there. I could probably replay Mass Effect 2 in the future. I could see that happening pretty easily. Hey, Federation Builder. How's your day going? You should take a break! You should take a break! I mean, Mass Effect 1 did have a decent story, and it was a pretty strong net positive story score. But it was also a net negative in terms of gameplay, and I stand by that pretty firmly. It is not a fun game to play or replay, in my opinion. The gunplay is just, ugh. Enemy design, encounter design, lack of boss design. I do like the Mako, or the Mako, excuse me. God, FF7's ruined me. Prediction for Andromeda. I think that Andromeda will actually score surprisingly well on the gameplay axis. But when I say surprisingly well, I don't think it's going to be like, knock it out of the park. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be a net positive gameplay game. I think the story score will be a net negative. There's just too many flaws and too many directions for it not to be. Like, everyone memes on My Face is Tired, but they tend to forget awful writing, awful voice acting, awful cutscenes, awful story points, awful world building, awful individual quests. There's some issues there. Agreed, Bionic Commando. Or Bionic Punk, excuse me! Even though some of my bias is there. That's true. One of the biggest and most common complaints I hear about Mass Effect 2 is that its story sucks! Which is nonsense, of course, but that's because most people, when they say story, what they mean is plot. And all they are really caring about is whether or not they enjoy the game's plot. And Mass Effect 2 did not have a very strong plot on any axis. I've never contested that. If you type !next, you'll actually see an answer to your question, Jukeboz. Yeah, Mass Effect 2 fleshes out the world tremendously and does a very, very in-depth and deep dive into a lot of characters. Even some of the background world building of Mass Effect 2 is honestly superior to most of what we see in Mass Effect 1. Something that I will always appreciate in Mass Effect 2 is those random convos that you just kind of walk by in several of the town areas. And those do a lot to flesh out cultures and settings and species. There it is. Nope, no golden bean. Planet mining is not particularly fun. You know what else isn't fun? Farming the Mako sections. I'm sorry, the Mako's fun. I will always agree with that. But actually getting all the materials from the Mako sections sucks. Oh, speaking of things that Mass Effect 2 does better, side quests. You remember what side quests were like in Mass Effect 1, right? Because they were like, hey, we need you to go get like these 15 items that are randomly on planets as part of the Mako sections. Okay, you did it. Congrats. Here you go. It's okay. Mass Effect 3 did them much worse. I hate Mass Effect 3 side quests so much. And yeah, make sure to go do the exact same cookie cutter cave or like prefab like shelter over and over and over again. Odd. I like the elevator sections. Unfortunately, there's not that many of them. It's probably the only major downside to them. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing 2 here. I think I didn't get that one. Yeah, no, honestly, Mass Effect 1 side quests are almost as bad as Starfield. Now, they're not as bad. I'm not being exaggerative. Because Starfield side quests are trash. But if we had some honest-to-goodness, like, actual side quest design, and some actual level design with the Mako planets, that would have been awesome. But instead, when they did the Legendary Edition, they did the laziest thing possible. And just, you know, did a polishing pass rather than actually an overhaul. And so instead, yeah, we just get Barren Planet number 57. Recruiting the squad is fun, and that's probably because the best part of Mass Effect 1 is the Citadel. No, think about it for a second. The Citadel is what fires on all pistons. The music, the ambience, the visuals, the NPCs, the side quests that are actually worth a damn. Recruiting your team, getting ready to go, building up the world and the setting and how things work. Even getting the scale and scope of the threat you're facing with Saren and the Geth. The Citadel's awesome. And I honestly feel like the Citadel is probably a lot of why so many people like Mass Effect 1 so much. That's not a dig. That's a statement of fact. I legitimately believe that a lot of people replay the Citadel and then don't really replay the rest of the game. Or if they do, they just kind of trickle off after a while, you know? Missing one. I mean, I'll put myself in that category too, by the way. I used to replay the Citadel regularly, and then I put the game down. That's... wow, that is so hilariously lazy, Von Falkenstein. Yeah, the Benezia arc? Huh? And, yeah, no, there's issues. I don't want to go down into detail. Well, that's because you and I couldn't agree on bread if we were both staring at the same loaf, Log. But I stand by my statement. The Citadel is awesome. The rest of the game, not so much. And it doesn't help, by the way, that the outro in Mass Effect 1 is actively terrible, in my opinion. The final rush through the Citadel is crap. It is just another bog-standard, meaningless hallway with the same enemies we've been fighting the entire rest of the game. There functionally isn't a last boss. Even the final Saren encounter, people talk that up a lot, including me. But that same concept has been done a lot better by a lot better games. Fallout 1 has a better talk-down the villain than Saren is. And the ending is Kruk. Yes, that's right, Kruk. It's a new form of crap. I just invented it 3 seconds ago. Yeah, name a BioWare game that has good bosses. Go ahead, I'll wait. And yeah, the final boss is literally just a Geth Hopper with more health. I do like the cutscene in Ilum, or not Ilum, the precursor planet. I can't think of the name of it all of a sudden. And I do like the final cutscene with Saren, even though I think it could be better. Elos, that's it, Elos, thank you. The biggest benefit to me for the Legendary Edition, ISE, is gaining access to the DLCs without having to jump through hoops. If that's worth it to you, then yeah, go for it. If it's not, eh. It does go on sale semi-regularly, for what that's worth. You know, that's true, Melkor. I will eventually get tired of the Dark World song. Not that quickly. One moment, I need to look something up. Forgive me. Oh, excuse me. Oh, here we go. Nope, that is what I want. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes. Commit. Talking to Sovereign is honestly one of the best cutscenes in the entire game. There's a reason I gave that individual scene, you know, so many individual positives to story. It's a very, very well done scene. It's not perfect. I could actually nitpick it if I wanted to. But it is a damn good scene, and it deserves that recognition. I didn't get a flight path here yet. The fleet battle at the end, I mean, it's decent. It's some good CGI, and there's some good spectacle on display. So I'd go with, yeah, no, I liked it. Where is... I have no idea, Federation Builder. The reason why is because you have not given me enough information with which to judge that question. Insufficient intel. It's not me being facetious, but it's like you're asking me, alright, so, I've got 15 bucks. How much cheese do I need to buy? And it's like, but I don't know anything that I need to know to answer that question. You're welcome, Mr. Turtle. Everything, Federation Builder? What's the relative tech level? What's their antagonizement towards each other? What kind of environmental threats do they face? How much of an engineering core do they have? What types of ships they use? What fleet design philosophy they use? What squadron design philosophy they use? What do they consider a line? This is on the 3DS, Zorbase. Missing one. Get some rupees while I'm here. Yeah, what resources they have access to? How much those resources are needed for something else? The internal politics of the various polities. What kind of species are involved? What kind of cultures they have? What kind of biological requirements they have based on the aforementioned species. How many planets are in the system? How many moons are in the system? Do they have access to I don't know what it's called, Brave would give you the answer. But stellar technology. As in, can they interact with their star? Do they have like what level of interstellar technology do they have? Are they at the point of moon cracking? Questions, Mr. Wayne. Where's the other turtle? Does anyone remember where the other turtle is? Ross! Ross! Let's play this game. Where's the turtle? Now, hang on. This is a good time to talk about world building. This might not be clippable, so I'm going to try to get this under 60 seconds, but I'm going to fail at it because I'm really tired. When it comes to world building, you have to think of it like a financial transaction, as indeed you should probably think of all your transactions in life. Because it's all about how much time and effort you put into something versus how much you're going to get right back out of it. In other words, if this is for something like a short story or a casual idea or a thought process or something that's not intended to be a franchise or anything else like that, there's really no actual benefit to spending a tremendous amount of time, effort, and resources on fleshing out all the nitty-gritties of every little aspect of your system, right? So, the answer could very well be, who cares? And you could just make up numbers, or you could just make up numbers that sound roughly correct, right? How many ships are in the fleet? 500. And there you go. Boom. Nobody's going to really question that. Because it's a nice big round number. And it's the kind of thing that makes it so that, yeah, no, I could believe a fleet would be 500 strong. You can also look up real-life history in terms of how large of fleets we've had. And just kind of base it off of that. And that's the other thing that people will just kind of go with. Because, oh, yeah, no, totally. Not everyone needs to really dig into it the way that I tend to. So I'm pretty sure I got the one that was on the platform there, and I know I got one in the water. There's got to be one over here that I haven't seen yet. But I figured it wouldn't be off the screen. Listen, if you don't eat my entire chat in 5 seconds, Federation Builder. You also go to the 40k route. Although 10,000 ship fleets isn't as big as you'd really think, sadly enough. Like, a lot of people in fiction especially, I don't think I did, Don. A lot of people in fiction tend to forget that fleets are huge. In fact, a lot of fiction tends to misuse the word fleet. Have you ever watched an episode of Star Trek, and they're like, the fleet is here! It's like 15 ships. That is not a fleet, and I'm not being persnickety. That's literally not a fleet. That's a squadron. In some cases, it's not even a squadron. It's a line. Let me use a direct example. You know that giant-ass fleet of Star Destroyers headed up by the Executor in Star Wars? That's not a fleet either. That is, in fact, what a squadron looks like. In fact, they even call it that in lore. It's the Death's Head Squadron, I want to say. Yeah, what Star Trek usually calls a fleet is actually a line. A single aspect of a squadron, which itself is a function of a fleet. It's got to be up top. It's the only place I haven't checked. I know I'm missing at least one turtle, because the other one won't talk to me yet. What do we call the Rise of Skywalker ships? Oh, the ally ships. I thought you meant the stupid ships. We'll call that a herd. It looks like I am missing one specifically. Yeah, I don't want to get too persnickety, but that's another thing. Here's another bit of a tip. Federation Builder and any aspiring writer. Make sure you do at least a little bit of research for appropriate numbers, because if you say that an intergalactic war, that's one of those devastating wars ever made in history, contains about 2 million troops, then you have successfully not done your research. There he is. Thank you, thank you. That wall was so sticky. Wouldn't let me go. Yeah, 2 million troops. Like, look up some real-life armies for a moment, and you'll see how ridiculous 2 million troops is. Well, that's where configurations get into it, Von Falkenstein. Can you help me up, please? Please, please, please. Thank you. And here's the thing we wanted. Back in the day, there was a single data tidbit which was made for one of the tabletop games for Star Wars, which established that there were 25,000 Imperial-class Star Destroyers in the galaxy. I liked that, because that's not how many ships there are total. That's 25,000 ISDs, just ISDs, and that makes sense. The galaxy is huge, and you're going to have fleets upon fleets that are that big. So that's functionally, if you're paying attention to that, that's about, maybe about 20,000-ish fleets that are being mentioned. Because a lot of fleets just have one ISD, and that's their command ship, right? Yeah, it makes sense. Given the size of the Empire, given how much of the galaxy is explored, I'm with it. Thumbs up. But you notice how that's still a really vague number that they didn't put a lot of thought and effort into. It's just, stamp, we're good. Okay, so now that we have that, let's go over here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The human mind has difficulty with scale at a certain point. Like, you think, oh my god, millions of people died, and that's so much, but, I mean, is it? I could probably come up with a less evil way to explain that, but whatever. Swamp Palace. This is the Hookshot Dungeon. Actually, ironically, that is just a squadron, Logue. It's 2 squadrons facing off. I like the music already. Me too, Collectible. Absolutely. Like I said, even though that's a vague number, you could tell that some thought and effort was put into it. And I appreciate that. And that's sort of my overall point to Federation Builder. You don't have to really, really, really get into the nitty-gritty, as long as you put some thought and work and effort into it. People tend to appreciate that kind of thing. And at the end of the day, one of your biggest goals when you're writing fiction is for the reader, or viewer, or player to never stop and be like, hold up, what? The moment they do that, you've probably failed at some level or another. Not like that. Interesting. And potentially good, Bragwin. I will admit I was worried about that. Would have been fascinating if it was being done on purpose. That's true, Bionic. One of the things that a lot of writers have lamented over the years is how detail-oriented Star Trek fans tend to be. For good and for bad. I myself have said many times that I think there's such a thing as being too nitpicky, as by definition a nitpick is something that doesn't really matter. But at the same time, you start beaming through the shields and we're going to have some issues. Speaking of some fascinating ideas about Palpatine in the Rewrite forums. Or Rewrite Discord. Okay. Well, there's our theme for the dungeon. Water navigation. Water allows us to move along the paths like this. And water allows us to change the height of things. It's kind of a variant of an ice puzzle. Although, that's actually a really good question. So, apparently not? Like, they stick there for a moment, but I don't think they do anything. So, to test the waters a little bit while we're doing this, one of the current ideas that's been floating around, and I admit I'm actually rather fond of this, is to make Palpatine a non-Force user. Now, we're not sold on that yet. It's still being workshopped. But instead to make him someone who is much, much more on the political angle of things, and someone who is maneuvering his way through the Senate and Congress of the Republic, probably as a deliberate foil and villain to both of the other major powers in that, which would be Anakin and Padme. So obviously we have to go down first. There's no other option. Can we go right? We can. Oh yeah, no, Palpatine is legit. And I think at least part of that's got to do to Ian McDiarmid, but it's still worth noting that Palpatine is legit. I've said for years that the only reason we consider Palpatine an interesting and engaging character is because of Ian McDiarmid, and I stand by that. Like, if you really think about it, he's not a very memorable villain in Return of the Jedi. Not really. Until you add his acting into the equation. Right, you can grab chests from the side. Did you know? Yeah, remember his appearance in Empire Strikes Back? He was more there for some characterization for Vader than he was anything else. Good stuff for Vader, but still, that's it. Oh, that's janky. We can also do diagonals. That changes this a little bit. Let's reset the board a little bit. That's funny, because that's probably my least favorite film for Palpatine of all of them. Don't mistake me. He's amazing right up until he puts on the rubber suit, and then I just kind of want him to leave the narrative. It's so bad. It's so bad. He looks so much more intimidating and powerful and awesome, and does a better job of acting when it's just frickin' Ian McDiarmid. But no, let's put him in a rubber suit. Thanks, George. Appreciate you. Yeah, he suddenly became very fat. It was very weird. I mean, it's just, whoever did the makeup job on making his rubber suit did not do their job properly. To put that as nicely as possible. Yeah, lightning carries a lot of calories, don't you know? I'm not here to body shame. Well, yes, I am. He's ugly! Alright, he's ugly. Let's do this door. They got a few people to do Palpatine in Clone, if I remember correctly. 3 total, I want to say. I know that at one point they got, oh my god, I can't think of his name. Brendan Howe. To do the voice. Help me out here. I can't do names right now. I'm dead. Tim Curry. Thank you. God. Yeah, they had the original voice actor who did a good job. Then they brought in Tim Curry who did a good job. And then towards the end they just brought in Ian McDiarmid again. And Ian McDiarmid, to my knowledge, has done it in most of the shows since then. Like, he was in Bad Batch, obviously, but he was also in Rebels. Yes, Von Falkenstein. The very, very first Palpatine we ever saw was the woman in Empire Strikes Back. Replaced with Rubber Suit McDiarmid in the Special Edition. Well, more like here, Velcro plate. Yeah, it wasn't for very long, but he did do a bit of it. He did a good job of it, because of course he did. He's Tim frickin' Curry. I did not know that. I didn't need to fall there yet. Bionic Commando. Or Bionic. Damn it! Your name's just Bionic Commando now. That's just life. That's just history. Bionic Punk. Favorite Tim Curry role? Ooh. That's actually tough. So I'm going to pick something, but it's not actually because of the meme. You know me. Memes don't mean a lot to me. Red Alert 3. I unironically think Tim Curry did a great job as Premier, I forget his name in that film. Not for the memes, but because he was a very, very Red Alert Soviet villain. He nailed that. Because the whole point... If you've never played Red Alert 2 and 3 both are ridiculous, is the nicest way to put that. And that's very much on purpose. Yeah, everyone's quoting the meme. That's cool. That's not a good scene, to be as blunt about that as possible. But the rest of his performance there is fantastic. Oh, by the way, you notice the little indicator on the thing showing exactly what the water level is right now? Water temple! Oh my god, is this a good water temple? In a Zelda game? Yeah, George Takei also did a surprisingly good job as the Emperor of Japan. Not that I don't have faith in George Takei, but, like, no, he kind of nailed it. He even had a mini character arc, although it only lasted, like, 2 cutscenes, but still. Who did he voice in Gargoyles? No, actually, I'm missing a key right now. That's the problem. Although, I guess, if that's what you're trying to say, Bragwin, then you are correct. Oh, yeah, no, Takei can do that thing where his voice just kind of rumbles in the back of his throat. He's very good at it. Congrats, Yura. Headaches suck. Death to headaches. Okay, so I think since I don't have a key right now, and that requires a key too, I guess that's limiting my options quite a bit. Let's go ahead and lower the water level then. Lower. Oh my god. Oh my god. And here's the main reason we were doing this dungeon next. Although we were going to do it next anyways, but half damage, yeah, I'll take that. Looks like we can buy the boomerang, too. Oh yeah, no, the trick alumni and gargoyles is kind of silly. Brittlothy is such a treat. I'm looking forward to reviewing that someday. Oh, it wasn't right. Again. Thanks, game. Depends on the setting, Spartan. You got this, Mr. Red. One way or another, whichever direction you want to go with it. That's the other weird thing. There's no one way to solve a solution like yours. You don't have to be super productive in order to be yourself. You just have to be yourself. What that means, well, that's up to you. I know a lot of people who really liked Tim Curry's Pennywise. I'm not a big Stephen King fan in general, but I would be foolish to deny that Tim Curry did a good job as Pennywise. Of course he did. It's Tim Curry. Hey, Nugget Cruncher. Very well. Thank you for asking. We did some 100%ing earlier, and it wasn't boring or dull. In fact, it didn't even take that long. And now we're getting another dungeon down. Oh, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. There's a check mark next to my channel name. Does anyone know what Chitoho's talking about? Yes, Tim Curry is in Home Alone 2. I'd make a joke here, but I don't want to get too political. He was great in it, though. He was. He was the... It's a typical role in a story like that. He was the person who was the villain, even though he probably shouldn't be. You know what I'm talking about, right? Movies will portray someone as villainous, but if you think about what they're doing for 5 seconds, they're not. Like, he was legitimately concerned that, whatever the kid's name was scamming. And he was! Yeah, kid movies pull that trick all the time. Actually irritates me, if I'm being honest. Kevin. That was his name. Kevin. Yeah, Kevin, let's be clear, was the villain of that story. Now, that was true in the first game, too. Excuse me. Movie. Because, Games aren't movies, Laura. Are they? Okay, Link, you suck. Just so you know. Okay. What do we got right now? We do have a small key. Let me check something really quick. Yeah, Tony J was in Trek. In a fairly minor role. He was one of the major guest stars in one episode. But he was there. And he was Tony J, so he was Tony J. If I need to elaborate, then I got nothing. Let's go down. What? Where did the door close? Okay. Sure, game. If you heard Tony J for 5 seconds, you would immediately know who Tony J is. I know that's not really helpful, because I am not Tony J.
Do you want me to do?
I suggest you call for help. Below. We've hit a bit of a snag with the professor's contraption. Any suggestion?
That's Tony J. He does pretty much the same voice for every role he does, so I don't need to pull up any other roles for that. He's a very distinct timbre, though. He did a lot of stuff for Disney, usually villainous roles. Yes, he was the Elder God in Legacy of Kain series. He was Shere Khan, which is what you just heard him as. He was, God, what else? Yeah, I'm actually having trouble thinking of other things he did. He did so much. Yeah, he did Frollo in Hunchback. So I guess upper right, then? He was in Gargoyles, of course. As a villain, of course. He was Megabyte over in Reboot, if you're familiar with that. I'll be honest, probably the first time I ever truly recognized him, the first time he ever really was like, oh my god, it's Tony J for me, was Legacy of Kain. He was in WoW. If you start a new race, and it's any of the older races, the races that were around in Vanilla and BC, the voice actor you're hearing narrating the intro, like the intro panning shot, that's Tony J. Yeah, the intros tend to be a bit laggy because that's being done live on the actual server that you're actually on. Yes, he was also the narrator in The Bard's Tale, one of the only positives I gave that game. You can hear it though, right? Oh, okay, so you can't because you're probably not listening to it in English, but if you've heard it in English, it's immediately like, oh yeah, no, that's totally Tony J. The hero. That's what you are. Interesting. I believe you, Jataho, but I'm not sure what that is or would be. I apologize for not being Twitch literate. Also, didn't he do the narrator in Beauty and the Beast? Or is that someone else? I think I'm mistaken on that. Ignore me. I'm dumb. Unfortunately, I am familiar with the Mighty Ducks cartoon, although I didn't watch all of it because it was the Mighty Ducks cartoon. That's right. He was in the insane asylum in Beauty. I knew he was in Beauty and the Beast. Oh. Time to kill me some innocent seals. Die, innocent seals. You don't belong in this world. In the grim darkness of the future, there is only grim death. Life is war, and death is the only true peace. Oh, wow, Ross. That's a hell of a laundry list. Purple bottle refills your magic, which is really dumb, actually. It's probably one of the only mistakes this entire game makes in terms of itemization. Because it refills your magic instantly. You know, when you probably don't need it. Clancy Brown was an Enterprise, and he did a weirdly good job of it, too. Yeah, seals can't swim, by the way. No, seriously. They just drown. I wouldn't call him a villain on Enterprise. He was a complicated on Enterprise. He was a freedom fighter, and I don't actually mean that as a euphemism. He was a freedom fighter fighting off a regime who was helpful and aided the Enterprise crew because he thought that they were also freedom fighters. He was mistaken about this, but when he found out about it, he was polite and amiable about the whole thing. And when the crew eventually needed his help, he did provide that help. That doesn't sound like a villain to me. Honestly, that episode kind of sucks anyways. Desert Crossing, if you're wondering. I mean, he is pretty much the voice of Lex Luthor. If you forced me to pick one actor to portray Lex Luthor, it'd probably be Clancy. Don't worry, I'm not really spoiling anything Bionic. Trust me. If you want me to spoil something, I can spoil something. So you see... No, I'm not going to actually do it. Okay, so that should be all the way up, which is what I wanted, I think. Right? Yes, because then I can hit this. There we go. And in just a few minutes, this will be the Swamp Palace. That was there. Just double checking. We got the blue tunic, which is the really important part. So yeah, we're good to go. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you asked about the finale. I am aware. Hello. It's Muad'Dib. I'm aware of the finale of Discovery. I am not a fan of it. I've seen worse. But that's... you know, not saying much. I've seen Threshold, for God's sakes. Yeah, I'm aware of that short, actually. Weirdly enough. Let's end the entire series and possibly franchise on Referencing a short that most people haven't even seen. Sure. You have a laser now? Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, Muad'Dib. I'm sorry. Because the Zelda franchise has this fascination with eyes. A lot of bosses have eyes. Don't worry, I'm sure that will go away in Tears of the Kingdom, right? So that was another very good dungeon. These are such good dungeons. My God. I honestly think that the only game that might approach this game for dungeon design is Twilight Princess. And that is saying something. Once more you have come to my rescue, Lore. I wish I could again reward you with a gift, something that would calm the troubled waters of your journey. I can offer you only my deepest gratitude, and yet another task, I'm afraid. You must rescue every one of the 7 sages. Only together can we help you defeat this great evil. I'll be glad to be eternally in your debt if only we survive this flood of evil. Please now, rescue every one of the 7 sages, my young hero. Hope this evil will be defeated so I can return to my people. They must be frantic without their queen. Oh, lovely Zelda. Can you begin to comprehend how lucky you are? Such legends, such heroes. We had legends. We had heroes. Lorule had hope. But all that is gone. Lorule has only me now, and your hero, of course. And if the hero of Hyrule fails me, I must have courage. He will succeed or all is lost. You should take a break! You should take a break! And no, we have not, Ross. This game does have the Butter Sword, yes. I don't actually remember where the other 2 Master Ores are. I might have to look it up. Because you should take a break! Ah, damn it, game! Let me play the game! We got 3 more dungeons before we hit the finale. No lunch! No nothing, even though I had a really brief breakfast. And I'm already hungry, but no lunch! No nothing, die! Work until you're dead! I'm secretly Japanese. That's why I like Final Fantasy. It makes so much sense. I'm gonna look up something really quick here. Here we go. Master Ore. Where do we find these? Skull Woods. And... Philosopher's Cave? That's the Philosopher's Cave. What are you? I thought I already got that. So hang on. I know we got the one in Thieves' Hideout, and I know we got one in the pod. So yeah, it has to be... Okay, well, let's go figure out where this is. We haven't actually moved an inch, Ross. But to answer you in full... we are currently immediately after... I can't think of the name of the episodes. The first 2 episodes of Season 4. We have finished those. And they're surprisingly high quality. Stormfront. That's it. We just finished Stormfront Part 2. So we're about to start Season 4 proper. God, I'm not even sure I would have a reaction. I mean, that makes sense to me. Ever since I was a child, I preferred interactive over non-interactive. Then again, I've been playing video games since I was 4. At last, I've sold all my items. Yay for me. Thanks to your efforts, Mr. Hero, I've made a great friend. And there's just one more thing. I'm closing down my shop. I mean, I sold you everything, so I can finally retire and live the good life. Boo, 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 doo, doo, doo. I'm so evil. Sorry, I just had to get that out of my system. I think I'm going to kick my feet up for a bit while I figure out what I'm going to do next. I just got to bow down to you, Mr. Hero. I can't believe you found so many rupees for me. Best of luck out there. Me and old Shiro will keep rooting for you. Just let me kill you. When I look at you, I now realize just about anything is possible if you put your heart into it. Seems like it's about time for me to decide where to put my heart. Right here. Behold. Let me kill him. Don't touch that bag. There's something in there more important than life itself. Yes, now, bow. Well, let's go upgrade the boomerang. I don't even remember what the upgraded boomerang does. It's probably faster and longer, I would guess. Excuse me. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm going to cut off a little early for lunch break because I got 5 hours of sleep. So I'm just going to lay down during the lunch break. Yes, that bag's where his money is kept. Wow, I don't actually have enough for the next upgrade. Holy crap. No, we got 3 more dungeons, Bionic. Yeah, so, you're going to pay rent, right, buddy? Right, buddy? So, if you're wondering why I just decided to get up and stream instead of trying to sleep more, there's actually 3 reasons for that. First of all, sleeping in more isn't really actually all that helpful for retaining sleep. Your body likes and needs its schedules, and if you sleep in when you're tired, you'll probably just get more tired. That varies from body to body, obviously, but it tends to be a true statement. So, I didn't intentionally wake up. I woke up when I usually do. Body was just like, hey, it's time to wake up. And I'm like, no, okay, sure, whatever. Can it be? Can you see Dampe? Not a soul has spoken to Dampe for so long. Dampe's old bones are near to falling apart. It's been so long. Dampe used to be the gravekeeper here, but now there aren't any graves to keep. Was there something the graves were protected? Dampe can't even remember. Don't worry about it. So that's reason number 1. Sleep wasn't really gonna help in general. Much better is to stay up for a bit and then get to my usual nap time and then take a freaking nap. You'll notice that's exactly what I'm doing. Point number 2. I had a headache. And I don't know about you, but nothing prevents me from sleeping more than being in pain. Very similar to the dungeon we just did. But of course, it's the Philosopher's Cave, so we gotta go in here, we gotta think deep thoughts, okay? If we consume cereal in the same manner in which we consume soup, via spoon and then dipping the bowl into our lips to drink directly, would that not make cereal a soup? Oh, and I already kind of gave away the third reason. I was going to take a nap later, which is going to be not only healthier, but more likely to actually work and get me rested. I suppose there's also reason 4. This is a good game that I don't have to stress while playing. There's some games I wouldn't even try to play when I'm in this kind of a state, but this is Zelda. And this is good Zelda. I got this. You notice we spent the entire first portion of the shift just running around picking up Mai-Mais. They were absolutely not a grind. Yeah, if I was playing the DS games, oh my god, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Hard, nope. Oh, there it is. That's a bit of a distance. Okay. Yeah, I'd be like, alright guys, who wants to watch the Dragon Age trailer instead of playing Spirit Tracks? Oh god, the ending. Like, imagine if we were at the outro of Spirit Tracks. Oh. Imagine spending an entire shift collecting Koroks. Okay, I'm hating myself. I'm wanting to kill myself. I've killed myself. I've been brought back from the dead by you guys, and now I'm being forced to hunt more Koroks. My eternal torment will forever haunt my soul. I desperately seek release. I have figured out how to curse the people who have cursed me so. In both games. Ah! Oh god, I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm sorry. Are there Koroks? Are there Korok seeds in Tears of the Kingdom? More? Okay. Okay. No, that's cool. I've decided to quit streaming. I'm gonna go back to being a hobo. Bye, everyone. Yeah, thankfully, I'm being facetious. PFR still applies. We'll probably do roughly the same number of Koroks in Tears as we did in Breath. That is to say, not very many. Hey, Walker. That's what we did in Breath, Bionic. You do prefer I call you Bionic, right? Not Tesla. I just realized I haven't even asked, and that's presumptive of me. I apologize. Okay, just making sure. That's what we did in Breath. Oh my god. Mandatory Koroks? I mean, the inventory space thing. We had a long discussion about the nature of the word mandatory. Because Breath of the Wild is one of the most legalese mandatory games I've ever seen. The minimal amount of which you can beat that game is astonishing, even by intent, not even by speedrunner trick. And yet, at the same time, there's a lot of things that are clearly intended to be like one-off mandatory, right? Like the kind of thing that you really, really should do this to get the extra weapon slots, or to get the extra hearts, or gain access to the Master Sword, or whatever. That's true, Jito. I will live forever. Yeah, I had to define that for someone recently. When I say mandatory in game design, I mean intended mandatory. In other words, even if it's possible to bypass, thanks for that, speedrunners, if it's intended to be mandatory, then it counts as mandatory.
Hey.
You are in the area where the Skull Woods strike fear into the hearts of the living. Not that there are many who live here for long. Within the woods are beings no longer of this world, but brave them you must if you are to recover a sage who is pure of heart. Gather your courage. We literally just got out of that dungeon, getting fed like 20 seconds ago. Your timing is impeccable. I'm not super impressed with it, Bionic. Exactly, Noctis. Because sometimes they design stuff to be skippable. You know, to use a direct example, the four dungeons are designed to be skippable. And a lot of the secondary content is designed to be skippable for Breath. But there's a lot of stuff that is designed to be mandatory in that game as well. So, oh hey, it's just right there. I could see it. It's right there. Ah! So, some of you remember that I gushed over the Skull Woods in Link to the Past. And I gave it like 2 positives for its overall atmosphere, brickwork, and visuals. Which I stand behind. This dungeon, this area, does not get that. I'm sorry, it just... I know that it's not going for the same vibe, but it fails so miserably in direct comparison. Picture the Skull Woods for a second. First of all, it had the different song, the much more intense and violent song than this one. This is just the overworld theme again. Second of all, it had the lightning crashes and the deep fog, and the place looked dead. There was a part where there was a freaking... like, there were skulls everywhere, and here we've just got these random rib bones, which barely think. The entrance to the final dungeon, the third part of the dungeon, was a insect crawling out of another insect's mouth. Like, it was horrifying. This is not. The dungeon itself is going to be great. I'm pointing that out because the vibe is completely different between the 2 Skull Woods. So really quick, hang on. Grab a few things more here. Did I already? I did. Okay, just making sure. I mean, if there's one thing you could say about Link Between Worlds, it's dungeon design. Dungeon design. Dungeon design. Name a bad dungeon in this game, I'll call you a liar. I shouldn't say that. We have 4 dungeons left to review. There might be a bad dungeon amongst them. We might buy the Golden Bee. I haven't decided yet. It's kind of a completionist thing. I was just relying on RNG yet, but we haven't seen, or at least I don't think I've seen one spawn yet. Pterodactyls. I could see that, PM Triox, because at that point that's Contra, and I could see Contra. For lack of a better way to put that. Come here, come here. Come here. Listen, Noctis. If I'm not screaming in terror and wanting to tear my eyes out the entire time, am I even really playing a video game? Honestly. Okay. Where was I? It's getting some squeakers, I believe. I already got that one. Get this one. Ooh, that's a tough one, Kitten Fan, because Moldwood Depths is just... Oh, yeah, no, there's no question. I'm giving it to Moldwood Depths. LTTP is good, but it's not that good. Oh, stretch. Is the game... So, I've said many times, I'd rather play a game with good gameplay or bad story versus the opposite. Is the review system weighted this way, or is it even? No, the review system is completely even. The closer to good for both a game gets, the variance is what I call that, the better off a game is going to score. That's one of the reasons why, to use a direct example, Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 3 scored pretty similar to each other, even though one of them has good story and bad gameplay and the other one has the reverse. Yeah, I have this vague impression they had the bones of a really, really dark story here, and they just backed off of that for whatever reason. Which is fine. But, ironically, I feel like they should have leaned into it. Not just because of the obvious comparison to LTTP, but I think the ending would have hit better. It's already a good ending, mind you. If the world was even darker, if the story was even darker, you know? Zelda is definitely a dark franchise, as I've already showcased. Multiple times. Although, ironically, we haven't gotten into some of the games that people consider the truly dark games, which is the 3D stuff. But as I pointed out, repeatedly, LTTP is plenty dark. Yeah, Wind Waker is literally a post-apocalypse story, as I am fond of pointing out. And, Twilight Princess is obvious, Majora's Mask is obvious. Well, only you can judge that, Star Wars. I mean, we definitely don't go around blowing up planets in Zelda. Do we? Why do I have the lamp equipped? Where's my awesome thing? There it is. Or, no, there it is. Ah! Ah! Yeah, Zelda tends to lean towards Dragon Quest effect. It doesn't look dark, but it is. Yeah, you know what? Obviously, I could use a lot of LTTP examples, but the moment you hit the second world in Ocarina, there's your dark moment right there. You know, that's fair, Lord Hermon. Yep, that's every Mai except for those 6. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten every Mai except for 6, and we've barely had to go out of our way for it. I'm just saying this because I've said this before, but it's nice to prove myself right, for lack of a better way to put that. This is probably one of the best collectathon things I've ever seen in gaming. It does not take that long to do. There's an audio indicator, there's a clear visual indicator, there's a good tutorialization of the event. Most of the actual interactions that reveal them are logical and usually designed around the terrain to indicate where they are. The rewards are gradient and can be banked, and are completely in your control as to what thing you get a reward with and when. And the final reward is exceptionally worthwhile. This is a very good collectible mechanic. And that's rare for gaming in general, never mind a Zelda game. Please don't tell me to take a break. Yeah, they picked that shot very particularly, Ross. And it's a good damn shot. I was actually really sad when they decided to retcon the nature of what was going on in Hyrule Castle Town. We'll talk more about the specifics of that in a few days, or weeks, or however long it takes. However long it takes to get through Skyward. Skullwoods. No guesses why they call it that. So, this dungeon has the worst enemy in the game. They're not as bad as usual here, but they're still bad, and they like to lean on that 3D mechanic. So that's kind of irritating, honestly. I forgot to see what... No, it doesn't matter. Questions? There are no questions, Mr. Wayne. Or wait, I mean, feel free. What's up? You know, I'm not sure what the implication was intended. Sure, Kitten Fan. I assume the lantern then counts. Wall Masters, ladies and gentlemen. I do like the music a lot. No, honestly, I think so far my favorite song has been Palace of Darkness, but this is really good too. Like, really good. Here's what the theme of this one. Almost every dungeon in this game has had a very, very strong central theme. Don't tell me. I want to find out for myself. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Skulls. I mean... So far, it's limited maneuverability space. Like, have you noticed that? Almost every part of this dungeon is all about restricting your movement. And limiting where you can go. I can use the lantern, so I'm going to use it. Technically, all of them could Trihexia. I feel that's a meaningless distinction at that point, but if you wanted to get, you know, legalese about it, yeah. This also ties into the Wallmaster theme. When you have to dodge something while you have limited space to maneuver, the dodging suddenly becomes a lot more difficult. Yes, I did hear about that Emerald Magnus. I sigh because you know that's only going to last like a week before the ad blockers are going to get ahead of it again, right? The more they keep pushing this, the more they're going to keep losing time and effort and money trying to squeeze in a few additional cents out of a profit margin that's already shrinking. This is a game. Remember what I said earlier? When we were talking about world building with Federation Builder? Which is an appropriate topic for someone named that. You have to think, as a manager, you have to think how much time and effort should I spend on this thing for what I'm going to get out of it. If it takes you 15 days and, you know, tons and tons of effort and time and work and energy in order to successfully manage to get $5, you have officially wasted your time. Under most circumstances. Right? And the reason I bring this up is one of the biggest problems that Alphabet keeps making is they keep spending huge amounts of time and effort and money and energy on trying to squeeze out like such a minuscule, microscopic additional amount of money. They are literally wasting resources. Earlier we were playing that stupid baseball game, right? And it costs 50 rupees per attempt. Unless we're going to be able to do that properly and well, then that means we're losing rupees every single attempt. You get it. You get it. Did I do it? Nope. I gave it several attempts and I said, well, I hate this, and moved on. I think it does deserve a negative, though. But I think I might bake that into an aggregate. Yeah, if they made premium actually worth a damn, I'd probably buy it without hesitation. No items, huh? Can I use bombs, like, here? Because, like, apparently I'm stuck if I don't. Oh, hang on, let's find out. Never mind. Oh, it's over there. Whoops. Pay attention, Laura. Oh man, what kind of faction is low roleplay is? Like how do they differentiate it from high roll? Oh, Twitch is pretty much worse than YouTube in several distinct ways. It is better as a streaming platform, and I do intend to keep using Twitch for a while. Unless something better shows up, which would be nice, but, you know. Duh, I suppose. Raiders. Mixer. Once again, limited motion. Having to pick and drag something. while being attacked. What's it bring it down to, Jitoho? If you don't mind my asking. There were gargoyle statues, but not gargoyles in the traditional sense, Hero. I mean, Vellum is like a major boss thing. Pretty cool. Although I don't know how that works in some games. Like in Stellaris, I could see that. Because Stellaris has boss fights. I have played, gosh, 2 and 4. I don't think I've played 3. I could be wrong about that. I might be mistaking 2 for 3. Oh, duh. I'm stupid. Or, I'm sorry. Wow, I'm really tired. I meant 5. 5 is the one we reviewed. Actually, I did quite a lot, you know. I wouldn't say I don't want to super praise, but I do like that kind of detailing. I don't know. You probably have better words than me, but it's detailed sprite work, right? Where you can really see every nook and cranny, kind of a thing. Bum ba bum ba bum. Ah! Peace. What about you, Yura? Yeah, the theme is smack. The theme is I'm a wampa. Smack. Points if you get it. My God, they appeared just behind me. They came in from behind. Oh, well, in that case, I'm probably thinking, Jesus, I apparently can't think of anything today, Yura. I'm thinking of 2 then, or 3. Which, hang on. Let's just Heroes of Might and Magic 5. Okay, this is not what I was thinking at all. This looks like garbage, gutter trash. It's not great. It's not something I'm a big fan of. Now, if we pull up 3, now that's sharp. That's what I was thinking of, right there. There's just eyes. There's just eyes. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Probably bionic. I could see it working anyways. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. Oh, is this the glitch you mentioned earlier, Kitten Fan? So how does it work? If you don't mind sharing. And if you do mind sharing, we have ways of making you talk. Ooh, there. I mean... So, I've heard some pretty mixed things about the Mario theme park in the United States. Apparently the one in Japan is much better. Like, apparently the one over there is just legit and fun and interesting and blah, blah, blah. Now, there's one in, I believe, California? Here in the States. It apparently sucks. Especially the restaurant, which has an absolutely gargantuan waiting list. On top of being crap food. Also known as an Olive Garden. This... Sorry, hang on, I'm checking something. Because that one is that one, so I need something up. Let's see it up. Legoland. No comment. But yes, there is a Legoland in Southern California. Ah! That would certainly speed things up a bit, Kitten Fan. Okay, so I need the one south of it, I think. No, Legoland isn't a loss leader, so there's no Legolas there. That was a terrible pun, but I'm tired, so that's all you're getting right now. Yeah, I legitimately do not recommend trying the food at Toad's restaurant or whatever it is. Toad's Cafe, something like that. And that's also nothing. Okay. Now we get to do this. Apparently we need to do it again, because I do want that ore. I want my butter sword. Yeah, I figured, but now you got me thinking, how do I get up there? Hold on, hold on. It is probably faster to throw it. There we go. Now we can get the butter sword. No, I've worked in tech support, Kitten Fan. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's faster. Limited movement. I told you. Damn. You can damage them. So I suppose by technical definition, yes. Hey, Zar. How's your day going? I mean, I could, but why bother, Kitten Fan? Okay, does the Master Hand not respawn? Not that I'm complaining or anything. I was expecting it. It just apparently respawns very slowly, which, you know what, I'm okay with that too. So, speaking of, boss time. Good dungeon, not quite as good as the Swamp Palace was, but still very good dungeon. Clever usage of the Wall Masters, probably for the first time in the franchise. It's the boss from Mario Odyssey! Also gross. Yeah, Andros, he's starting to outsource a little bit. He's just sending his hand to fight us now. I don't think I have an opinion, Kitten Fan. I suppose we'll just do the northern one that I can't think of the name of right now. You know, not Turtle Rock. Ice Ruins, that's it. Correct, Bionic. This is pretty much the last of the short Zeldas right here. Maybe this is going to be like a 20-hour game. Although we are pseudo 100%ing. I'm curious what I'll think of the Ice Runes. I don't remember them off the top of my head. This is probably one of the easier Zeldas I've played, overall. I'd say along lines with, say, Minish Cap. Yeah, a little last second there. And I'm finishing the dungeon in time to get the early lunch break I wanted, so yay. Yeah, Zelda 1 is actually not a hard game. And I know that sounds like a really strange statement because it totally is a hard game. But no, it's not a hard game because of proper difficulty. It's a hard game because of bad design. Right, we've talked about that. There's a difference between a game that plays terribly and then a game that, you know, has bugs and flaws and issues. And then there's a game that's hard. Zelda 2 would also qualify for that. Zelda 2 is just bullcrap. That being said, I'm not sure which one I would put as the hardest. Let's ignore optional hard modes for a second. Ah, I see. My little friend from the sanctuary, you've come to my rescue, have you? Bless your goodness. How strong you must have gotten since then. But it seems you have further yet to go. You must save all 7 of the 7 sages. Please, I beg of you, save all of us, or peace will never return to Hyrule. Well, I guess. Once you find all of us sages, then you will surely battle Yuga himself. I can only hope that if you defeat him, the captain will change back from being a painting. So please defeat that awful Yuga and save all of Hyrule. Yeah, Breath is a weird one, because Breath probably has the most challenging combat, but also doesn't capitalize on that well. The enemy design isn't really where it needs to be, and the boss design is definitely not where it needs to be in Breath of the Wild. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards Twilight as the overall hardest one for a normal playthrough. Yes, I'm going to take a break. I am actually going to take a break, you stupid weather vane. Thanks for that. Did I get everything? Yes, I did. See, I can't speak to Skyward for obvious reasons. I will say this. I hated the Demise fight when I played it. Now, you're probably thinking, why? I've seen people do that fight blindfolded. Yeah, so have I. What pisses me off so much about the Demise fight was my controls would not go up. So, for those of you not familiar with how that works, while you're fighting Demise, you have to hold your sword up into the air in order to catch the lightning and then hit him with it. That's mandatory. You cannot progress through the fight without that. You also have to hold it in the air for a period of time. So I'm sitting here holding the thing up, and it's like... and he wouldn't hold the sword up in the air. And I got so angry, because no amount of recalibration or anything would make the sword just hold up. What did you say? You saw my Ceres. Oh, I see. Then my daughter lives, and I have faith I will see her again. I can only imagine how you came to find her. You have my deepest thanks, Lore. You're welcome. No, I know, Kitten Fan. I wanted to talk to Ceres. I mean, come on. Yeah, pretty much bionic. I want to do one other thing first. One last thing before we cut off. There are 2 dungeons left, but we're going to do whatever Death Mountain's called first. Thanks, Irene. Don't worry, you'll see her again. Yeah, this is the song that usually plays for Skullwoods, but even this song has a completely different tone to it. I'm not complaining, I'm just pointing it out. I'll let you listen to it for a minute. Yeah, this is the treacherous tower. Heh. We'll have to at least poke at this, but not right now. Not right now. I'm gonna guess 3 times, Kitten Fan. 34. Okay, it's a little more than I was thinking. That's still pretty damn impressive. Go away. How many were my mice? 3. They're all on the right east side of this. I think we're gonna have to warp in from the east side. So let's switch back to Hyrule. I don't think the game's too easy. If I thought the game was too easy, I'd give it a negative. Too easy is, honestly, you have to work really hard for a game to be too easy, in my opinion. When a game is easy to the point where it detracts from the enjoyment of the game, that's too easy. Yes, this game is 3 easy. To steal Noctis's joke. Oh, okay. That's another thing. I was actually talking about that when we were going through Four Swords Adventures. Four Swords Adventures is a pretty easy Zelda. It might actually be the easiest of the Zelda games overall. It's also an extremely good, very, very fun game. And let's be honest, that's what I care about more anyways. Hey, humanization. Yeah, not every game has to be Dark Souls. I get what you want out of that. It ain't this. Go away. No, I think it was like 45 or something like that, Noctis. I actually did die a couple of times in the finale. Lionels. I think the renting system itself could use a different expression, but I'll be completely honest with you when I say I'm not sure which expression that could take. Money and it goes away when you die is not bad, and in fact they do some good stuff with it. But I do think we could do something else with it. I'm not sure what. I do think the time idea would have been terrible, so that's definitely not it. God, no, Bionic. Oh my God, no, no, no. No, 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 no. First of all, I don't put the exact version of the game in those usually because, like, why would I? Like, I didn't put Ocarina 3D either. Off you go. Late fees. But second of all, I actually promised myself, back when I finished Skyward Sword for the first and only time I've ever played that game, that I would never play that game again unless they fixed the controls. I have adhered to that promise. I played chicken with Nintendo, and Nintendo blinked. Not the first time that's happened. And not the last. Watch, next Tuesday, Metroid Prime 3 coming out on the Switch. That'll be another time in which I win that particular blinking contest. I missed just a little bit too far to the left. And I'm all the way up here. Come on, game. It depends, Kitten Fan. So usually when I review a game, obviously the point is to review the game, but sometimes I'm reviewing a mod. Sometimes I'm reviewing a very, very specific version of a game. So, listen, Roz. Yeah, I've been here 3 times now, and this is probably the worst spot of the entire game. Especially since it's so timing-based and time-wasty as I'm just sitting here waiting for these platforms to do their thing. Anyways. But yeah, like we reviewed the LTTB randomizer, and there's actually a few other randos, and there's a few mods that are on the list right now, like total conversion mods, that we're going to go through someday. So in other words, a game with certain specific changes or features is something I could see happening. Now, which features of which games, that varies. I was just questioning myself if there was in fact a warp point down here, and I just have missed it the other 2 times. But in the case of Project Restoration for Majora's Mask, we're probably not going to do that. First of all, because that was never intended to be the thing. We were reviewing Majora's Mask as is. And, I guess there's no second of all. So, end statement. There it is. There's what I'm looking for. Finally.
Hey.
This is Death Mountain. Here it is always winter. Somewhere buried under the ice is a ruined hole. A sage with a soul as formidable as a boulder awaits your help there. You must hurry, though. His spirit will not last forever with such accursed ice everywhere. Yeah, they've called it Death Mountain since Zelda 1. And then it's not always, you know, very deathy. You know? Like in Ocarina, Death Mountain is positively inviting. And honestly, ditto for Twilight. But it's always called Death Mountain because, you know, that's the name of the place. So, shrug, I suppose. Keys. Peace! Didn't even have a chance to wake up. Screw you, buddy. I got places to be. Alright, we'll go left, sure. Why not? Why not have another long, elongated section like this? Okay, this feels like a way back, not a way forwards. Or we could use the tornado. But we could also go this way. The game knows I want to take a lunch break, and it's like, no. No, we're going to take too long. There we go. That's actually why I was doing that. Where are we up to? 2. So I'm missing one down there, which means I actually did miss one. Okay. Can fix that. Yeah, take me about 5 feet that way, please, because I can't go over a chest-high wall. They're the bane of every hero's existence, honestly. What, the one that I just got? Or, excuse me, the one I got 2 ones ago? 2 ones ago? Seriously, Laura? Yeah, rock climbing? What the hell is that? We might finish our second shift. Depends on how long I'm laying down, honestly. Oh, the one I just got, yeah. You'll notice I almost missed that one. Thank God I had to go back through this area anyways. What Mega Man weapon would make the best Zelda item? So, rather than answer across all of Mega Man, because there's a lot of Mega Man, let's do that as a per-game basis. So in Mega Man 1, Guts Man's ability already is in Zelda as a Zelda item, so that's not it. Cut Man is just the boomerang, honestly. Elect Man is just, you know, this, but electricity instead of fire. Ditto for Fireman. So that leaves the Ice Beam and bombs, which are bombs. That's weird how many of the Mega Man 1 items are already items in Zelda, now that I'm thinking about that. And yeah, the Ice Beam is just the Ice Rod, so they're all already items. Oh my god, Noctis! You've cracked the code! Mega Man was always a Zelda game. So I'm gonna just call that a wash, honestly, because yeah, they're already there. So Mega Man 2. So we've got Metal Blades. The whole point of the Metal Blade is to have a big ol' AoE attack, and we kind of have something like that in the form of this. So, kind of already there. But I do like the idea of having Metal Blades in a Zelda game. It more or less deliberately... So, like, you remember how I keep complaining about and discussing the nature of how your attack arc is and how good it works for any given game's combat? The whole point of the Metal Blades is it gives you an attack that you can aim in any direction and gives you a much wider projectile width. So that could actually be useful in a game like this. Metal Blades are also spammable, so that could work too. Like, there's a lot of things we can do. So we've already got a good idea with Metal Blades. Let's move on. Crash Bombs is just like an upgrade to the bombs, but would actually be kind of a cool upgrade to bombs, wouldn't it? Skunk! No, Traxia, no. Ah! Ah, shoot, that frickin' keys threw me there. Die! Stop wasting my time. Yeah, if you had remote detonation to crash bombs, that's awesome. So we've already got 2 items from Mega Man 2 that would work well. Bubble Lead. So, or Bubble Lead. Yes, I know it's officially supposed to be pronounced Bubble Lead. I don't care. Bubble Lead would actually be a pretty good Zelda item, too. It's functionally a hint system. Because you could use it to test walls and chasms and find bombable spots. Or places where there's pits and stuff like that. Like, if you designed it right, it could be your hint glasses. Except it's also a weapon. So it's 3 really good items so far. Then we have our first shield. Okay. The wood shield is not great, but then again, any shield can work well. We've already seen a shield work well in LTTP, the last game we just played. So that's doable, but already done. So that's the only one I'm like not immediately sold on the idea of. Then we have quick boomerangs. Those are just boomerangs again. It's always boomerangs. This is not where I want to be. Okay. Cool. Depressing, but cool. Steal some hearts out of these bats. Very important. Yeah, Flashman would be very interesting, and I feel like one of the Zeldas played with that idea of having like a time stop. I'm probably misremembering. I'm probably mixing it up with some other game. But having some kind of a, red light, green light ability would actually work pretty well. What's across the wall? I don't think I can do that, but let's just find out. Yeah, we also have stasis in Breath of the Wild. That might be what I'm thinking of. So there you go. Still a cool idea. Didn't even think about that. It's a rupee. I might eventually get that bottle. I don't know. I'm not really going for it, but if we get a 3,000 rupees, I'm gonna take it. Yeah, come on. Ugh. I mean, we have to at least poke at the tower for review purposes. God, there's so many good items in Mega Man 2 that would work. Now, even something as basic as the items. You've got the wall crawler in item 3. You've got the make your own freaking platforms with item 1. And you've got the jets pack in item 2. Like, all 3 items are useful, and almost every weapon. Oh my god! Who asked this? It was Noctis. You have sent me down the rabbit hole, sir and or madam. Yeah, like, the only things I don't think would be super useful as an item are Quickman and Leafman. Oh yeah, sorry, Airman, while we're on the subject. Airman maybe not so much. So okay, so it's 3 of 8 that are not, excuse me, 3 of 12, or no, 11, that are not great items. So the sign said to go north, but nothing's showing up to allow me to go north. North is death. I thought I already went north on the circle. In fact, I'm pretty sure I did go north on the circle already. And that just led to the heart piece and the inability to progress. Yeah, also Skyward Sword also has a blowing item, although you don't have to kill your lungs to do it. Ah! God damn it. I was... I was so bored, I was literally not looking at the screen. Yeah, Search Snake would be even better. Like, just fire that off in, like, any given room or within a certain radius. It's like, let me just find something for you. And you'd have to, when you're programming that, you'd have to manually design them to, like, each secret would have to have a flag for it that enables it to then be found by the search snake. But that's actually pretty easy from a programming perspective. Go away. Keys. Okay. The fools dare to approach the dreaded ice ruins just ahead. Judgmental much. Ditto. Get Judas. Okay, so warp point get, which is the really important thing. Never have to do that again. Oh man, Gemini laser would be awesome. I'd use the crap out of that. And, ladies and gentlemen, if I could get a small bit of applause for our very, very last Mai. We actually got all of them this playthrough. So, let's go do the two things I've been waiting on. And then I'll take a break, and then we'll come back, and then we'll do the last two dungeons. But for now, let's go get our rewards. Yeah. No. I did not Pillars of Snow. I blame you! How dare you, Pillars of Snow? How dare you support me financially in a way that I absolutely appreciate. I'm really sorry that I missed your donation. Yeah. So that's going towards FF16, Jedi Fallen Order, and Jedi Survivor, and a thank you. Thank you, Pillars of Snow. Always appreciate. Even if I'm dumb. Yeah. So first of all, let's get our sword. Whoa! Whoa! Look what you got. Oh, just look at it. With that Master Aura, I can strengthen your sword. How about it? Yes, please. Come on, let's get to temper this guy's soul. Give me a hand. Alright, let's do it. My arms are itching to start a smithing. Okay, I talk a good game, but now it's time for me to back it up. There we have her. The Butter Sword. What do you think? Tojo's number one. As here's the mightiest sword there is. You're going to be unstoppable now, kid. Look at that. It's a fine piece of work. A fine piece of work indeed. Oh, me hearties. Doesn't have the same sound to it. But it's still the Butter Sword, and it's still awesome. Yeah, I can only use it for 14 swings, however. What does the wife say? Deet, 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 deet. That expression he gets on his face when he starts smithing. It's a special look. I fell for that look, you know? Once my husband sets his mind to something, now I remember why I married him all those years ago. Sorry if I've been a little crabby lately, but you help me remind me of the good in people. Thanks, kid. That was good work I did. Best in a long while. Thanks, kid. It means a lot to be able to work on a piece like that. Hey, strike down some monsters for me with that beauty, will you? We didn't call him the master for nothing, you know? It's nice to see him back in his old form. Thanks, kiddo. Damn it, the camera was off screen. Hang on, let's try that again. There we go. So as you can see, the wife is having some issues right now. I saved their marriage, but yeah, she's having a bit of a hot flash right now. So I'm pretty sure I know what the upgraded boomerang does, but we'll pull it out just to try it out. It's more powerful now. Woo. You found all of my babies. Please take this from Mother Mai Mai. No, no, not like this! No, act. Mother Mai Mai can't thank you enough. You found all my Mai Mai's. You're a nice child, very nice. So first of all, the boomerang. It's faster and a little bit further range. That's kind of it. Yay! But the real reason we got all that is... So first of all, look at the range on that AoE. Second of all, that's what it looks like. So yeah, we have the Butter Sword and we have the Ultra Spin. Yeah. Oh yeah, hey, we have the Quick Boomerang. Check it out. It's literally even 3 shots. Oh my god. Oh god, Ross. That's a tough question. What are the parameters for playing? Are cheats allowed? How much of the game do I have to complete? Yeah, so, anyways, we're awesome now. And we've done pretty much all the things we're going to do. There's a bunch of heart pieces we can go get, which we're not. But... So we have to finish the game and just the MSQ. In that case, it's FF15 without hesitation. The reason why, very, very specifically, is because FF15's MSQ is actually really, really short. It's kind of got the FF10-2 problem. In that... percentage-wise, more than 50% of FF15 is optional. So. I'd probably... there's no probably. I'd rather play FF13 too than FF15. If it's not clear, I'm not a big fan of FF15. So when we get back... And, yeah, I'm going to pause early, like I said. This. See you in a bit, all.